Mazda MX-5 teams here as well. I think there's 5 Mark 1 MX-5 teams. Are great to have them out. There's some 116 trophy cars as well, one of the most popular.
There's the Hyundai, so there's a Hyundai team. One of my ex-students is managing it today, so we'll pop along and see Alex.
So 1 or 2, I think, a little bit hastened to make their way up, but we've now, I think, had pretty much the 70 teams head out onto the circuit. So that means for our first stint in the commentary box, we will talk to Marcus Pye, but first, Ian Soman.
Chris down there in the assembly area, and yes, the majority of those 70 cars have now made it out onto the grid, and they are formed up, as you can see. So whether you're here at the circuit or watching on the Alpha live stream, good morning to you from Marcus Pye and me, Ian Soman, for this Birkett relay race. And we are looking forward to this race on the Grand Prix circuit, of course, the full 3 and a bit mile circuit these days. And it's been run on this configuration for some time. As you can see from the forecast, it is actually fine at the moment. Weather's okay, but there's the chance that some rain will come in towards the end of the day, towards the end of the race, which should be at around about 5:45, light breeze, nothing too much to worry about there, but a chance of rain towards the end of the race, which will no doubt play its part as well. So 70 teams lining up. When they're all lined up, the green flag will wave, and the safety car will lead them around. That will be the start of the race. I'm not going to get, I don't think, through the full grid, but the team on the front row there is number 40, that's RJ Motorsport, and besides that is number 16, which is RSR Motorsport. There is a gap on the second row of the grid. We saw that number 27 car, Axel van Nederveen, being pushed away, so that is a car that's not going to be able to start from the grid, but on the outside of the second row we'll have the 41 car, which is the RJ with Daytona MS team. Row 3, Top Gun and Prep and Lay G-Sport. Row 4 is the number 3 Darkside Development team and 54 Bosscats. Row 5 is going to be the 32 Atomic Racing car. We heard from Richard Webb with Josh Barrett a little early on, and 66 Capture Motorsport. And then row 6 will be 60 Triple A's Racing and 33 MG BM3s. The 7th row is going to be 21 Team Legacy and 23 the Formula Women team. We heard from Eliza Seville there with Josh as well. Row 8, that's going to be number 4 Intersport Racing 1 and 14 Intersport Racing 2 are going to be next to them on the grid. Row 9 is going to be 8 Breakdancer 1 and 68 EST Commons on. The 10th row is going to be 52 Interceptor Racing and 15 Devanti tyres. So I think the majority of the cars now are out onto the grid. You can see the Sierra looking fantastic in the middle of the pack there. Lots of production cars lining up. We've got those 3 teams of sports prototypes and radicals towards the front of the field, and the race is going to get underway shortly. Marcus Pye is alongside me in the commentary box. Marcus, a very good morning to you and welcome back to the Birkett.
Oh, good morning, Ian. Fantastic to be here. We've been coming to this event, I think, since certainly the 1980s, and been at different circuits, been Snetterton and here, but of course it's visited other circuits such as Thruxton in the past, which is special to me. It's my local track, but disappointing for the 2017 with a car being pushed or not allowed out onto the grid because of that screen issue. But no, great to see the 3 radicals sitting out there at the front, and we've got 2 of these SR10s, which are about 425 horsepower. They weigh about 700 kilo, so they're relatively heavy. They're certainly heavier than an SR3, but have a chunk more power. I think they're about another 100 horsepower, something like that, on from the Suzuki Hayabusa powered car. They've got Ford Duratec stroke Ecotec engines in them, and yeah, interesting to see how this all pans out, because conditions pretty good for racing right now, considering we are in the last knockings of October.
That's right, it is fine at the moment. Just hope it stays that way for as long as possible during the race. Just looking down the list, it is the Team 16 that is there on the outside of the 0 20 laps. The car's now moving off, so the race underway. They're not moving off, is the car from pole position. It is now moving, that's good. Otherwise that could have caused a bit of a scene. The race effectively started under the safety car there, and the safety car will pull in at the end of this lap. We're already now counting down, as you can see, the 6 hours of this race. Yeah, the format of the start changed a few years ago, just in the interest of safety, really, to have 1 or 2 nasty incidents, which are big with in the car.
I think part of the problem really is that it's a good problem to have. The full field is 70 cars. Clearly those that are pretty much at Luffield don't have sight of a start. So it's much safer to get away. Makes a start shot difficult for the photographers because when they come through at the end of this sort of rolling lap from the standing start, they'll be flying, and we'll probably have to treat articles along the long way clear. By the time the last car through, I would think they'll be down at Stowe.
I would think so, yes. There you can see the backdrop, that's behind Maggots, where there's all that building work.
Condominiums, or whatever they're called. Great view for racing. You can run to something like your property portfolio. Pretty sort of well paid. I'd say yes, right on board. Down to Stowe. Very different from the Stowe that I watched in Clark with the 1967 British Grand Prix. I was perched over on the left on a scaffolding pole for the entire day, and it was quite a spectacular day. Not one of the 49 because of DFE engine developed in Northampton.
There you can see the field stretching all the way from Stowe down to the Atlantic Channel, but a bit more of the straight. And you can see more massive majority of the teams this year starting as T-tops. I think the balance is shifted over, hasn't it?
I do, I still have that nagging down in the back of my mind that without through the sports racing team up front here, you may get a situation, we can have something as quick as of course, but you might, without the speed differential, attract 1 or 2 of the sort of slower times. Even the 750 Formula guys have enjoyed it, so not all, somebody
is that the Escort?
Yeah.
Was that just a lock up maybe?
Just pieces of debris on the track, just interesting. The first race, of course, the first Birkett 6 hours, named for Holly Birkett, one of the founders of the club, was on the 25th of August, as we first discovered, in 1951, not the 31st on the website. But in those days, the track was quite extraordinary because it ran down from what was Box, the first corner we have now, through the Beckett's kind of area down to Stowe, and then it did a kind of 180 degrees, and it was one long straight all the way back to Cox, which was quite something. So it's a very, very narrow, kind of elongated.
Yeah, like elastic band.
Yes, exactly that. And it was won on handicap by the Vintage Sports Car Club Bentley's Major Bailey in the 3 litre, Jack Williamson in the 4.5, Chapman, Hamish or Ewing, the redoubtable Scott, then Mason and Bradshaw back then. And a long time since we scored the Bentley.
So the lights are off, which indicates that it is going to pull into the conveying at the end of this lap, and sort of 5 minutes into the race the cars will get up to racing speed for the first time. And say it's the forward could be Wellington straight this time. Exhibited on, but there we go, on board with the Brandon, and you see, yes, that is the car that should be on pole. It was retaking of his position there. I was side by side. I thought it was supposed to be second and final, but anyway.
That's the number 40, so just in case the flag goes out for 40. Oh yeah. So,
and there we go, we're underway, and the first lap is completed then, over the line. There you go, and it is the 40 car that's gone into the lead of the race.
Just after the timing line.
Absolutely. So we're off and running, and as you said, Marcus, that those cars will already be heading down to Stoke, or the still cars have improved a bit.
very much so. There's a mix. I mean, we've gone away from this massive caterings that we used to have maybe a decade or so back. There's the Scotland Woody Sierra Cosworth RS 500 in there, Porsches, MGs, plenty, lots of BMWs, Toyota Corolla, some days this year as well, and still they come. You know, it's amazing.
Absolutely right, and we'll keep up to date with everything as the race goes on. You can find the live timing page if you'd like to find that right second on our website, 750mc.co.uk, to see the full details of all the timing. You'll get handicap positions taken every half an hour. We'll bring you up to date with those as and when they are issued by the handicappers and timekeepers, to let you know when the handicap positions are before we go into the race. But as we expected, Mark, to put the three radicals that are already pulling on
as opposed to the free radicals, but the free radicals are doing their stuff and using all the road and ball, which is quite interesting. Very, very keen to get on with it. The RSR Motorsport Team 16 there. And it's got quite an interesting little dorsal fin, adipose fin on that first car.
It is, there's 40C, so that's where Tom Walpole starting in the SR10 from Porsche Motorsport.
Been allowed to slot into an SR10.
You've got 60F, but there isn't technically 60 on our on our list anyway. So that's what I saw as well. Josh Barrett has spotted that on the stream. Try and work out who that is in that car as the race goes on. So first three have gone through to complete their second laps already, and 2 minute 10 in the first and final lap for Team 16. Who was in car 41? That's 41A. So that is Alistair Smart starting the Radical SR10 Porsche Daytona. We're watching the Fiesta Sierra. Even we mentioned that Steve Scott with his RS 500. He's in the team from Jura Classico.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because he's had an interesting season. His gearbox failure and engine failure on it works the car hard, that's for sure. Because I pulled up Stephenson earlier.
Yeah, he's from Hartford. He races in Essex Motorsport Ford Series as well. And he's just in the middle of the BMW Z-Series car there, and one of the caterers as well. Yeah, you mentioned earlier on, we don't have the hordes of caterers that we've had in previous years. They seem to have really for the last few seasons.
With Sierra Cossi belching flame, as of course they did traditionally. This is nothing on the wheel arch. Let's see the BMW just got on the side. The braking for Stowe. On the Jags.
Yeah, that's the Formula Woman entry. It looks like the hazards on that illuminated the braking, which is interesting. Going to lose a position at 43A, I think that is. That's Aaron Cook, the multiple Toyota MR2 champion in the 750 Cup here, of course, he's racing in a Ginetta G55 in the Aaron Cook racing squad. Andrew Williams also part of that squad. So MR2s and GT86 Toyotas in that team as well.
The kit car in the middle of the whole thing.
Yeah, it's not just
Nigel Brown, isn't it? In the traditional Nigel Brown racing team colours, which he's sported for decades now.
Absolutely.
Sequence rings around the Jaguar. Aintree wouldn't get caught like on a straight line then.
The Wellington Straight. There is the 67D car, and that is the that's Harry Yardley Rose, I think, in the Audi TT for TSR Performance. Squad also featuring a Castle Saloon. So race winner,
Yes, he did, yeah. The middle part of the season was out with TT, owns TSR these days.
Lotus, there's the Sierra that we're talking about as well.
I think that is off the corner once the turbo lag dismissed. It's really moved strongly. I think we're going to see some good performances by the TCR cars as they go on. They should be very quick and consistent, which is what we need over a 6-hour duration.
That's right, and I think what's helped swell the numbers of those cars is that some of them are here for enduro tunes tomorrow.
Yeah,
I think some teams, the drivers using it as almost a qualified test session. I'm sure the strike as the race goes on. RSL Motorsport then doing the best lap of the race so far on that second lap, 6.71.
Here comes Scott Dunwoody in the Sierra Cosy, which is 25A inside, going with the 65 Honda from Area Motorsport. They've been flying up TCR cars, team or Baker's team.
65 files out there. Josh was chatting to before the race, the 2019 TCR Europe Champions, champion in Germany as well, and champion in the past. And on the bottom teams, very experienced teams on racing vehicles. As I said, first time racing Birkett. So different experience than anything we've done before. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Very quick race squad.
It's great fun.
Looks like 17F out there in the blue Patron at the moment, so that is the 6/7 of their perennial supporters of the event. Charles Elliott out there, long-time racer in Patron graduates. He's in the Super Sport of Patron.
Just brought themselves 42. 6/7 should have been in 1442.
Well, that's the mathematical logic that Team 348, which is actually Team 7, number 7 behind, if they were 3, you have to be 116. So, yeah, that's the logic behind that.
They're just finding their feet now, aren't they? I mean, there's traffic all the way. Remember for a moment in Birkett, 6-hour relay.
Spread themselves out over most of the lap.
You've got cars which are quick in a straight line and sort of slightly more tentative around the corners. You've got cars that don't have the aero or the power for straight line. The Jag is quick on the straights, but through the corners it gets eaten up by Caterham. And a nimble Lotus coming with it as well.
Yeah, that's the 60 or something.
Now the Jag just back on the power and
let's head down to the pit lane, Lewis, is there?
I can give you some information on the RSR Motorsport team. Currently in the lead car is James Lane. Right, just to update your programme, James is going to be racing as B and F. I'm not really sure how that works. Ben Stone is going to be going second. He's going to be in C/E, and John McCall will be A, as he is in the programme, and he'll be going third. I'm told by one of the teams that currently James is out in the B&F car, which is a left hooker, and we can see here is that the E car, which is Ben Stone, is in the right hooker, and he's had a few laps in each car, and he feels more comfortable in the right-hand drive car than the left-hand drive car. So that's the reason why there's been a bit of a change round from the RSR Motorsport team. Hopefully that's updated you. Back to the commentators.
Thank you very much indeed, Lewis. It's so interesting that there's some shuffling in all the drives of the cars in that team.
it is. I mean, it doesn't surprise me that you feel more comfortable in the right hooker, because predominantly the corners are right-handed on a clockwise circuit such as this, and you're just used to it. It's kind of how you sit in a road car, isn't it, most of the time. I don't think too many people drive left hookers over here, but yes, these Radicals have been so super successful. It took 12 years for Radicals to build their first 1,000 cars. So wobble for that lovely Group 4 looking Escort Mark II there, being lapped by the 41 and 40 behind, wasn't it?
Here we can see the Raspberry, just how much quicker in a straight line it is than some of those production cars as it comes through. It is just, I think, is that behind the Audi with Dave Taylor?
It's 41 ahead of 40 that number down. Shoe right there.
So they're turning their way through the ISR Motorsport 560, which is the one that has its scratch. That is 16 seconds ahead already of the next two. So there's right at 0.3 of a second at this stage in the race.
So a tussle that could go the distance given reliability.
It could, but that's a big if, isn't it? Reliability. So often it's drivers that are flipped. Cars, drivers, for instance, with slab cars, all kinds of things that can happen.
So the 41 was an advantage coming down into the Beckett's sort of flick flag, and because 40 was faced with having to lap another car, and then the balance switch with 41 getting involved. They're all running their own race, and allow 40 to come scorching back as it was swept there under braking car that disappeared out of the screen.
So we are just 15 minutes into this race. Reminder, 5 time website problems on the screen there. One of the BMWs, that's a 44C, so that's one too many. So that's Richard Phillips, regular racer in the 116 trophy, 15-year-old from Plymouth, also podium in the Armed Forces Race Challenge this year. But some problems with the 116s, and I think some of the 116 teams say what the great thing about them is that they're so reliable. It's the first car that we've seen in trouble since the race has gone underway. So he is also in his Team 21, so that's a relatively early stop as well for Team Legacy. You can see which driver it was that was in. That was the team that was in 9th position. So Team Legacy, only 18 minutes into this race already. Just going out there, that was Team Legacy going out. Yes, that's Dave Davis, with the BMW Golf that's just gone out for 221. So that's, you can see how the relay works. The cars come in, driven past the garage.
I'll go and find out what happens.
To the next driver.
Just
The car breaks on track, it's the team's choice to send another one out, but if that car limps back, for whatever reason, the laps where there are two cars out for a team are discounted for both cars.
that's right, it does happen from time to time, because if you car stopped at the end of the circuit, you don't know if it's going to make it back or not. And the team manager, each team has a manager that can be making these strategic decisions whether decide to send the next car out or not.
It's not quite like mission control at McLaren. Plan their pit stops. If you go in now, you'll probably come out about here.
Yeah, not quite the same level of detail. I'm sure they take it pretty seriously.
Very much.
There's that, and they'll be relying on probably the commentary and the live stream and the live timing as well to influence the decisions that they make. So that's job of the team manager.
Darkside Motorsport just going further and further ahead. They've got a situation where every problem for the Skoda. Is that the one that went out?
That's the one that's literally just gone out 2 minutes ago. Yes, it is. 21C, so it is Dave Davis that's immediately had dramas.
This is out now, so that's probably be a cold tyre issue, and the ambient isn't very is it? As I came in this morning, it was 9 degrees centigrade here, and I don't think it's got significantly better. Should be on, say, at the end of October.
well into the traffic as well. RSR Motorsport leading the way in Team 16. 17 seconds clear of RJ Daytona Motorsport. And on 3 seconds behind the RJ Motorsport. Fourth Motorsport 4 at Motorsport Racing 1. Fifth is Team 46 Top Gun. Sixth is number 60 Triple A's Racing. Seventh, 66 Capture Motorsport. Eighth is number 42 Top Racing. Ninth is number 43 Epic Racing. 10th place 54 Boss Cats. As there's a Adrian Wheeler there into it on the circuit. Then 1125 Futura Classico, 1267 TSR Performance, 13th and 14th Sport Racing, 14th and 10th and 15th is 15 Devante Tyres. So that is the top 15 as we are 21 minutes or so towards. Here at Silverstone. Good afternoon, if you're just joining 8 minutes past 12 in the afternoon in the UK. And 2 minutes or so into this race. Watching there, you can see the difficulty that the equipment cars have in the back mark. That's Tom Bolton struggling to find way through.
Running in third place. Tom also races in Ariel Atom with a supercharged Honda end very well into the final of the Skoda Championships. 2 minutes to go. 15A.
It's not necessary,
it's entered as a swap.
Alright, let's consult the spreadsheet, see if I've missed something in my handiwork that we've started to do. No, it is saying it's the Scirocco, but they do have a Seat in the team as well, so it looks like they've just swapped around. But that's the 14B car, which we've got the tyre rubbing, which is John Copperton's BMW 3. They're one of the BMWs.
Steve's got Dunwoody there, just finger out the window, waving the Radical through. It's even in one of the quicker cars, and Scott Dunwoody in 25B running in 11th place overall in that Sierra. Very cognizant of the fact that there are still faster cars around. Smoke from one of the Hondas there. Down pre-war circuit. 1939. Turbo forward engine. YB engine.
MR2s there, number 11, that's Jim Hughes' car that you can see. He's sharing the team, which is not stops in 2 smoking tyres with the 2 drivers that contested the MR2 Championship. Went down to the final round this year with Adam Rockwood, who hadn't won a race until the very last race of the season, taking the title after beating Sean Traynor.
Did a Danny Hall or Keke Roscoe winning a championship in the final.
Yeah.
Always being there.
Absolutely, it's very consistent. Sean Traynor did lots of winning. He had a disqualification for technical infringement to the Grand Championship on in the season, which sort of set him back.
Hit him hard, yeah. 16 diving down the inside, making 3 places in one braking manoeuvre.
Yeah, so that's the RSR Motorsport Pods leading 21 seconds now. Is it that? cars in the garage. There we go.
It's not going well, is it?
This will pass the Silverstone second. So that's the 7th car. He's gone so well in the 116 trophy. This is ridiculous. Multiple races. But yeah, to get out of the car anytime soon. I think that was sort of the Mini coming in, a few guys at number TEZ. As they come in. Yes. Whatever
to be an expert.
Whatever feature. So there is one of the TCR cars that you can see, and that is the T60 car. So that's AAA's racing car currently in
Class C.
So Class C is Phil Nib driving TCR, Sad Cupra. Yeah, as I say, in 6th position overall at the moment. For context, they are doing 2:19s. The leader on the last lap did 2:11, but has been 2:6 during the course of the race. As well.
Yeah, qualification times are relevant because the grid is preordained. Quick cars are mixed with so very quick cars working their way through straight away. Pretty wide that, the blue BMW there. 33B car, picking up its rear wheel, the Seat.
Just took its way through. Looking on both the Honda and the Alexander Smith. Integra first, just passing it. It's fine. The Civics just behind as well. And then the Seat making its way down track. So the car in the 6th position. Scratch positions. We won't know the handicap positions until a short while after each half hour has elapsed, and those have been published. We'll bring you the news of that as and when we get it.
Yeah, we're pretty close to the completion of the first half hour. I think it's quite quickly, isn't it? So that would be 1/12 distance.
And, hello to all of you watching on the live stream as well. So if you put some comments on there, we've got our F1000 champion Tom Gadd watching from home. You can see. So hello to Tom. And do keep those comments coming in. Watching. So far, it's been relatively trouble-free. We've seen 1 or 2 come into the pits. We've seen 1 or 2 delays. We've got an occasional wheel up to pass in front of the car, but other than that, all has been pretty smooth sailing for this first.
Ooh, that was tricky for the Radical. Came round the one of the Ashgood team Porsches, and then found another car directly in front of it, and then to squiggle through the middle somehow. Out of Woodcote up towards Lodge Corner. Look at that white building that goes out across the track there at Woodcote, kind of about 30 metres this way. Yes. in the bunker, aren't we?
Absolutely.
One of the old hospitality suites.
Okay, let's head down to the pit lane, and Lewis Bruce is going to do that.
Thank you very much, guys. We're down here in Garage 1A with the Army Sports Car Racing team and with Jasmine Norman, who Josh was alluding to back up when we started the programme. Jasmine, you're racing an Audi TT, I believe.
That is right, I am indeed. It's It's a Mark 1 Audi TT 1.8 turbo that is being built over a year and a couple of months now. A good team of mine, so we're a crew, 63 crew, along with the Army Motorsports team. We've been building up the car and getting it to where it is now. So I started racing this year and only just recently got off my novice plates, and it's been quite a process. But yeah, this is the first time this season racing the car fully, and the first time racing with the Birkett relay, that's for sure. So.
Yeah, as Josh was saying, you're limited to the number of laps you can do. So you're going to take the last session, I believe.
Yeah, we're taking the last one, just doing an hour stint. We're limiting it only because the car is incredibly thirsty and it drinks a lot of fuel. So it's just trying to gauge on how long I can go out for, because I've only ever done 20-minute stints before. So I'm not too sure how long he'll last out on track. So it's just a case of just seeing how it goes. But I'm feeling quite confident about it, so it should be good.
Because one of the things that sort of gives you a lot of energy is to try and beat the Navy and the Royal Air Force. There's quite a lot of inter-force rivalry, isn't there?
Yeah, no, definitely. The aim is for the Army to beat the RAF, because the RAF have done very well in the last couple of years now. So the aim is to try and beat them, and I feel like we've got a good chance of it. I mean, the guys have worked incredibly hard to get the cars to where they are now, so we're feeling quite good about it.
Yeah, they've won the Birkett, which is the handicap section, a couple of times in the last 8 years. I could look in the programme and find it, but they have been very good. I mean, I know Brian Watson for many years, and the wing commander, and he comes along. He's around here somewhere, so we'll have to catch him before the day. Yeah, if you could get in front of them, you're going to be doing really well on the handicap.
No, definitely. That's the plan anyway. So to try and get that handicap win and then go from there. So.
Thanks very much and good luck.
All right, thank you very much. Cheers.
Okay, back to you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much indeed, Lewis, and good to hear from Jasmine Norman there from the Army team, the RAF team. That's being supported by Chris Slater, who's watching on from southern Italy, and he's supporting RAF Motor Racing, which is managed by Lloyd Huggins this year and features Alex Smith, Alex Molday, James Flint, David Russell and Si Frowen among the team. I think Chris won the race, as Lewis was alluding to, on handicap with the RAF team a few seasons ago. But here's Chris Doherty watching from Derry in Ireland as well. So good to have an international audience for this Birkett relay race. 2023 version, first ran in 1951. As Mike said, there's been various different circuits over those 7 decades or so since.
Yeah, settled now at Silverstone, back where it all started, but numerous circuit layouts over the years. Of course, the original Grand Prix circuit here has changed so dramatically back since the first non-championship races in 1948, and then the first round of the very first Formula One World Championship in 1950 here. But the circuit has evolved. And we've used 2 versions of this current one. We're currently on the Pucko Grand Prix circuit, aren't we? Well, we did have a couple of years on the historic version of it, which has a sort of a smoothed out approach, a speeded up approach to Club Corner, which is not so heavy on the brakes of certainly of historic cars. Gearboxes as well, pounding down.
Watching the 27B car on the live stream at the moment. That's the Dayton Motorsport car of Marco Alastati. That's the car or the team that can take up its position on the second row of the grid. Marco in that Ginetta G56 GTA is a 43-year-old software engineer from Edinburgh, and he's raced in the Elise Trophy, the Ginetta Academy and the Brit Car Trophy as well, amongst other competitions. And that team that went in bringing 19th position, so they're on 12 laps completed, a lap or so behind the leading Radicals at the moment, which is still Team 16 RSR Motorsport, who are now more than half a minute ahead of the next squad.
Yeah, 14 laps to establish the half minute buffer, if you like. There's 3 Amigos there, who've been winners in the past. One of those things about this race, it does attract teams who return year after year after year. For many, it's the highlight of the Cincinnati Motor Club season.
It certainly is. We can see, not sure obviously which of the cars that was in Team 24, the red Porsche.
BMW going very slowly in the background there. We had one blue car on the far side of the hangar straight.
Okay, well, we'll pick up on 24 in a moment. 50 car there is 50D. That's the Run DDMC squad. Gary Bowers in the BMW 135i.
Let's get on Run DMC.
It is indeed. The
Darlington District Motor Club.
Absolutely. So, yeah, Gary driving that car's 52-year-old business owner from North Yorkshire. He's been a champion in the Northern Sports and Touring Car Championship run by DDMC in the past. That car actually has a 3-litre twin-turbo engine as well, that 135i, so modified. And where is it running in the moment? It is not in the top 20, so I'll search further down my timing screen. Or maybe it was in the top 20. Oh no, it is in 66th position out of 70 at the moment. One too many, the team that's bringing up the rear at the moment, which is Team 44. The 116i squad of Lou Woodward and Tony Partridge and Richard Phillips. Well, Richard Phillips was the car that we saw in the pit lane very early on, wasn't it? So that explains why they're on the back foot a little bit. And they've only got three drivers, and I think probably 3 cars between them as well.
Yeah, that hits hard when you have a car go down. So you may potentially lose that for the rest of the afternoon. Obviously some shuffling between the cars then later on. With the driver, of course, is permission, of course. Like the other drivers qualified, shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Right.
If you ask nicely.
Indeed not. 24, I think it's C, isn't it, the Porsche? That's the William Kirtler Ashgood car. Box dress. He's the 20-year-old university student who's been racing in the Carmel Porsche Championship, that races with the 750 Motor Club, and also doing some CSCC races. It's 2000 car. 2.2 litre 986S that he is racing, and that 67 car is car 67D, so that is still Harry Yardley racing, who started the race for TSR Performance.
Clattering over the curves on the inside of Beckett's down into Chapel Curve, then onto the hangar straight. The Audi is it was quicker in the early part of the straight, but the BMW is able to outbrake it into Stowe. Stowe was an incredibly quick corner when it was just down into a 90-degree kind of right-hander. They were doing a club race there towards the end of the 80s in a Vision Clubman's car with ground effect tunnels and roll RT3 suspension. And flat fourth down the straight, tiny lift, and then just turned into the corner and round it went. Absolutely amazing. But say the circuit changed now, and more overtaking opportunities. This will give BMW and the Audi still scrapping, and they're side by side again.
Yeah, it's great little dice that they are having.
That's the beauty. You can get some very unlikely battles on the 7-type car that just come in. You noticed. Brown's still 57F. The Royal Navy Motorsports team.
Sean Graham, that is, in the low cost, yeah, Salter low cost. So he's stopping 40 minutes. I guess we'll start to see a bit more activity in the pit lane now, as some cars about 40 minutes will probably be roughly their limit, I would think.
That's what used to hit the Clubman's races hard, isn't it? They were winners in the past, but because the cars had small tankage, here comes Nigel Brown in. 10 team. His silver laser.
For those of you wanting the full entry list, I'll try and point you in the direction of that. If you're at the circuit, of course, you've been able to avail yourself of the programme with the fantastic artwork on the front of it by Cammy Search, producing the artwork for the Birkett Relay programme. looking absolutely fantastic. If you're not here though, I will point you in the direction of where you can find the entry list online.
It's, I get very envious of people who can do, who can draw or paint or design. Completely outside my skill set.
Absolutely.
But the program cover is absolutely magnificent. And that's the BMW that had the smoke coming from the left wheel arch at the start of the race is still doing it. It appears to be where the car just rolls a little bit going into Stowe. Pretty certain it's just the wheel arch just touching on the body. It's 14 cars currently engaged in a battle with the Ginetta. Here comes the 16 Radical up towards Hamilton. 27 and 14. That's a change of position because 27 Dayton Motorsport Ginetta now ahead of the 14 Intersport Racing BMW and going away. Next target for the 27 car, which you said was Marco Anastasi in the Ginetta G56 GTA, will be the 15 team Davanti tyres. Out in a spin. 4C has had a drama, and that's Intersport Racing 1 team.
It is. That's Kevin Clark, isn't it? Who started the race, and Lewis complimented him on the BMW, but it's only gone 42 minutes of this race. I'll just check. I don't think we do have full entry list online. We have to be at the circuit to get the programme, but the person who asked the question, I've emailed it to them, so hopefully he will receive that. And
technology.
So there is 14B. John Compton car. That's the Intersport Racing squad, isn't it? That's have the issue with the Jason Rush Fiesta as well, I think you were saying.
Wheel bearing, yes, wheel bearing failed this morning. So there is 4C being pushed away.
Waved yellows.
To the A car as well, with Jazz Lasapra driving in. Speaking to Jazz this morning. A and C on the board.
Eliza Sevilla's come in, the Jaguar XE, the Formula Woman car, team 23. That squad also comprising Steph Saul, Lindsay Jones, Neve Sarvetti and Abigail Chandler.
I'm just wondering whether the Kevin Clark car had a punctured front right. It looked a little bit lacking in that department. So they'll send another car out. Hopefully that'll be hooked back because it's a double-driven car. And if it's something simple, damage has been limited. Look at
it's the
top of the window seems to have popped out.
Perspex window that's what's popped out.
20A, that is, isn't it?
Yeah, so that's is it 20? Because that is saying it's a Mazda 7, which that wasn't.
That clearly isn't. The window was flapping around. Passenger towards it. Was it 28A? No,
it could be, couldn't it? Yeah, that might have made sense.
So it's certainly, yeah, it's 28A. It's the passenger window, if you like. It's come out of its frame. 10B is the Run Baby Run team, long-serving team, and that's Colin Benham now in the CB Fury. He's taken over from Nigel Brown in the silver Phaser.
The entry list I've just located, it's on the live time page, so I had to send it to the website. Live time, you'll find the entry list on there.
A car with a window which is flicked out. It appears to be one of the Porsches. Should be coming towards us relatively soon, I think. The drivers don't want that. Come out in sympathy.
Gap from first to second has come down. So if I had a change, RSR Motorsport car, that gap's come down to 20 seconds. It was north of half a minute, which suggests that Team 16 may have come in. We've not spotted that on our monitor here. Got so many screens to look at in the cold box, it's difficult to know where to look. But let's say the gap from first to second has come down. But it may be that it was James Lay that was out there, wasn't it? I think.
Yes, last laps. 210 for the leader, 211 for second place. 40 and 41 that's third is 10 seconds behind RJ Motorsport. So RJ with Daytona.
No, that's that gap I can see on the screen is 30 seconds behind. It's if I look at the lifetime screen I've got to your right, Marcus, the gap from second to third is 30 seconds.
Oh, is it? Okay.
So a couple more cars we can see coming into the pit lane. 42A is the Scott Smith car for DH Racing, Danny Hobson's team. We're on board there, we can see the 40C car there, that's the car in second place of RJ Motorsports, just heading up the Bentley Straight at the moment, heading into traffic past a plethora of BMWs of different shapes and sizes.
Yeah, this is one of the two reputable SR10s. That's a conventional engine on Suzuki Hayabusa.
Right, the 40 car, you could just see it coming into the reason that we've seen that strange gap situation emerge is they had two cars out on circuit, Team 40. So that's going to cost them a lap, at least a lap, assuming it was just one lap where they had two cars. Now, it's interesting to know why that happened. They must have thought the car that was out on circuit was going to come in, but it didn't.
I think that was Walpole coming in, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
So there's Kevin Clark's car.
Yeah, so that's a bit out of the way.
Behind the barrier.
Yeah. So the 40 team, they've had two cars out on circuit, so they will effectively lose a lap. So that changes the complexion of things a little bit. Yes, they'd shown us having done a 153, which would be quite something. Given the next best lap is a 206, but that's an issue because they've had two cars out. There's the 41 car, which will effectively move up into second place then. And it's still Alice Smart out there, I think it is, in the Radical SR10. Yes, it is, and you can see the short work he makes of the production cars, the Golf, the BMWs, Civic down the Hanger Straight. So yeah, I wonder why Team 40 managed to get two cars out on circuit at the same time. Possibly that's something that Lewis Beals could investigate for us and report back on in due course. So 48 minutes or so gone in this race. It's the 1/6 mark of this race. Cars making their way down the Wellington Straight there. You can see who's that out there now for the Formula 1 team. Didn't spot so which car it was, but just behind we've got 53B out.
It's 23D.
23D.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's Lindsay Jones. So Lewis Beals has done that work for us, and he's down in the pit lane with the news from about Team 40.
Thank you very much, Ian. You asked the reason why Team 40 had two cars on the pits. Well, as we all know, those who have been in the Birkett for many years, the team managers, as you can see, those guys who are in the orange tabards, play a very, very important role. What happened, so one of the team managers very reluctantly told me, Team 40, is that what they were doing was obviously timing the car, and their car on track hadn't appeared within their time slot, so they sent a second car out. Subsequently, the original car, which probably had a spin, got going again and carried on, so they ended up with two cars. Okay, car 40, sorry. So we just got to keep out of the way. Car number 41 just covered in. So Team 40 had two cars out at the same time. Under the rules, those laps do not count. So they could actually lose 2 or 3 laps very, very quickly. So they brought the C car back in a few moments ago, so the A car is here, so it's still the B car that should still well be on track at the moment, which is Leon Morel. And sadly, well, that's the story there, but that is very simply how you can lose so many laps here at the Birkett without actually doing too much wrong. Back to you, Ian.
Yeah, thank you. So it's interesting that the team manager there, they were timing the lap, saying if it's not back by 2 minutes, whatever, we'll send the next car out. But slightly dangerous game, that, Marcus.
Yeah, exactly. But it's a high pressure scenario on the pit wall. You think that your car's gone, and you've made that split second decision, and then it comes back to pitch you. There's a very pretty looking car, the Mazda, in a lovely Italian livery. I've seen Ferraris racing those colours as well. It does look very good. One of those drivers is Italian. Here's the Silhouette Vauxhall Tigra.
Yeah.
See it there, which is an ultra low machine. So this is 4B at the moment for Intersport Racing 1. There is John Stack of Stack and Bonner fame. Passionate about property, apparently. The Tigra is interesting. The Interceptor team 52C, and Interceptor Racing well known down the Castle Cooper won the championship for saloons in the past. 52C in that car is Gavin Bristow, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's a 43-year-old director from Arizona, actually. He's raced Mini Challenge and BMWs in the US, and now in the UK he's racing with the Classic Model Motorsport Club in their Silhouette Intermark series.
It's not brilliant Tigra, is it? It's fantastic.
Exactly.
It's a tube frame chassis. And here comes the Davanti team's VW Sirocco, which is 15B. That's a change of the drivers, wasn't it, in that car. Let's look at Ian's master machine, Simon Major in that car.
Just looking as yet, we don't have any handicap positions, but we'll get some after the first hour of the race has elapsed.
Remember Ivan Major, one of the greatest speedway racers of all time.
A couple of the MX-5s getting themselves together here, so that's the 47D car that we can see on screen at the moment.
These are the tussles that can go on for literally hours of these races.
It's Mary Barnard out there, regular in the 5 Club. She's completed her 3rd season of racing in the 5 Club MX-5 Championship, which Alan Robson coordinated for very, very many years.
Looking to see the little Mini now out, which is Maddie Skidmore. The Mini Clubman, which is not really Mini Clubman at all. It's got a transverse Suzuki Hayabusa engine in the front of it. Hopefully we'll pick up on that car shortly. It really is very interesting. And that is the one of the cars. It says Intersport team car. Number. See it for a while, but we'll see it in a second. That's the
Kevin Full of TRR. Still.
just had a wheel bearing issue, that might be called upon a bit more often than they'd bargained for. But it's quick in a straight line, as you can see.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going pretty well, isn't it? Getting past one of those BMWs there down into Stowe Corner.
So that's 40E, which is the Skoda car.
It is, yeah. They were one of the teams that did have 6 drivers, which is actually a very small minority this year. I think teams have generally mostly got 4, some 3, a few 5, and a handful 6, maybe 15.
Some teams got about 3 cars, about the same driver driving each of them with their owners in some cases.
Yeah, so Team 40 are having 5 laps deducted for having 2 cars out. So that is, well, it's going to drop them off the first page of the time screen. So where does it drop them in the order at the moment?
That's a draconian penalty for a sort of schoolboy error, but that's what happens.
Yeah.
It won't be the last time it happens today, I'm sure.
I missed them. Where are they on my timing screen?
The Mini competes in some of the MSV racing events as well. There are stickers all over it.
Oh yeah, Team 40 is now in 53rd position. And 5 laps off the leader. Let's head down once again to the pit lane. Lewis Beals is there.
Thanks very much, and I'm up here in garage number 11 with Alex Kersley, who I taught many years ago. Good morning, Alex. You've also won the Birkett, haven't you?
Yeah, it's a few years ago now. 2016, am I right?
I think so.
Yeah.
And second the year before.
Yeah, second the year before. Yeah, so we got the hang of it, and yeah, we know what to do now.
So who's in the team today?
We've got Paul Lorry, who's out on track now. He'll be coming in any second. We've got Paul Smith. He's ready to go out. He's in one of my Kersey Motorsport cars. And Gary Miller in the Yellow Beast back there. So yeah, 3-car team.
Well, let's be honest. You've actually won the Hyundai Cup. We're still old school. We still go with the Hyundai, don't we? The Hyundai Cup. When did you win it?
2017 and 2019. I don't know.
So was it with one of these cars?
No, it was in a Gen 1 car like that, but someone else has got that now. We also won the series again this year with one of my drivers, Lucas Sassini. He won it a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, that's going well.
Oh, really good, and congratulations on that. So how do you think you'll do today? The Hyundai's normally very reliable, and that really counts in the handicap section, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's all about reliability and consistency, but don't say things like that, it's tempting fate. No, I mean, yeah, we've just got to keep pedalling around. Hopefully nothing goes wrong with the cars and see what the handicap brings us. It's I don't know how they work it out. Hopefully it works out in our favour.
Well, they must have got it fairly right, because you had 2 good runs at it. You're normally there or thereabouts, aren't you? Just while we're talking, how long can you go on a tank of fuel?
Well, it'll go over an hour. So we've got 3 drivers, 6 hours. We're doing 1 hour stints. Each driver gets 2. So that's what we're going on. We don't want to push it anymore. We don't want to find out exactly where the fuel surge is, because that's bad news, isn't it? Right.
Okay, Alex, thanks very much, and congratulations on your wins this year in the series, and good luck for today.
Thank you.
Back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Lewis. So we are just over 1 hour into this race, and the order on scratch, as things have not yet seen any handicap positions, is 16 RSR Motorsport are leading. They have completed 26 laps at the moment. Second is Team 41, which is RJ with Daytona Motorsport, 25 laps in the book. Third is Team 46, that's Top Gun, 24 laps. 443 Aaron Cook Racing. 5th 66 Capture Motorsport. 6th 60 AAA's Racing. 7th 32 Atomic Racing, all on 24 laps. 8th 54 Boss Cat. 9th 67 TSR Performance, and running out top 10 at the moment, number 3 Darkside Developments. They are one of a whole load of teams on 23 laps, and they are on screen now, Marcus, as I'm going to make way for Josh Barrow.
So that's the Darkside Developments car then, which is 3A, which is slot parking in the Golf TDI at this point. Parking Twins got a very successful business tuning a lot of these cars, many of them diesels, and they get phenomenal power and torque out of them. You'll see how neat he's being in this car at the moment. Slot parking down through Maggot's corner and negotiates one of the Mazda MX-5. It's all about consistency, isn't it, Josh? So through traffic, there's no point sort of just trying to zap past someone if you're going to put you in a compromising situation for the next part of the corner. There you see, you had Harkin trying to overtake the blue car. Oh, and 35's had a big whack, unfortunately. And you saw then the Radical was going past him, so he had to bail out of the overtaking manoeuvre to park him. But 35, oh, and the Mini's broken as well. We're giving it such a big up, and the Skidmore Mini, which they didn't know how long it was going to last, that's had a problem somewhere. Marshall's picking the opening the bonnet. There's a headlight from the Porsche that's been damaged. Oh, and the ladies' Jag has had an incident as well.
And I think they've only got 2 cars, even though there's 5 or 6 drivers. There's only a spare car in the garage, basically. Although they have got their GT4 Lotus Emira in the back of the paddock, so whether that might be called upon later on.
I'm not so sure that that's they were qualified, did it, that car, because it was just down for show. That's made a mess of that wing. And
it's Lindsay Jones, I think. So I wonder if that's related to the Porsche, which is the Walker family, I think. And they still been John Walker who started it, the father. But yeah, Lindsay Jones, who I think has done very little racing in the past. He's going to be bound for the pit lane in that damaged Jaguar.
It looks fairly cosmetic, in fairness. It looks like it's just ripped the outer skin off that, and they might could have bolt another wing onto it.
Rather smaller damage than the Porsche had. That looked pretty right.
The Porsche is turbo, I'm afraid. It doesn't look very well because it's hit the rear suspension, the rear corner. And you can see there it's just completely broken the rear suspension and buckled that in. So yes, that's
yes, I think that's John Walker. So that's 35, which is Cap, Dad and Lads. They were twins inside the top 20 as well. Oh. And we've also lost Marcus, number 15, the Davanti Tyres car. Hasn't been around for about 10 minutes according to the timing screen. So that was a front runner at one point. And that
they had the green Sirocco. We saw that, so I think it came into the pits not all right out. But this could trigger a safety car because the Porsche does need recovery.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be easy tow, is it, with the damage on that car? So notice one car. There was another one off now. That's 53. C was that?
And there's bits of debris lying in the track. I'm not sure where that's come from exactly.
I wonder if that's near the Porsche. I wondered if it was, that's just out of Abbey, isn't it, down towards the loop. I think that was possibly...
The Mini's gone shooting off on the outside. The bonnet's up over the windscreen. So that's... Oh, it's dropped down again.
Because the marshals did undo the bonnet, didn't they, to check what was going on, so whether it's not been completely fastened up again. So yeah, Matthew Skidmore, I think, now decided not a good idea to drive back to the pits, and he's put it off. There's been quite a lot of drama since I've joined you, Marcus, it seems. With just an hour gone, as Ian was saying.
If Jeff Bloxford walked in here with his camera, we expected it.
But I had just come from speaking to Jacob Ebrey, so whether that's related.
Yeah, and so the Jaguar was at the start of the race. 23 now is the C driver,
which is our T Neves. So I think another.
Yeah, Neves is the first name apparently. Looked that up in the.
Somebody else who progressed well in that first stint is Aaron Cook, isn't it? Because he's got that Ginetta up to 4th, which I think started much further back. But with slower Toyotas to go in later, not surprised. But I think the first time Aaron Cook's driven that Ginetta G55, the 3-time MR2 champion.
That'd be quite exciting, won't it?
Yeah, it's a big step up from an MR2. The Jaguar that's come out of the pit lane is pretty slow, I think it's fair to say. It's been passed by one of the Mark 1 Mazdas at a pace.
Going out into this field with everyone sort of settled in after an hour, etc. It will take a little bit of a while. It's a heavy car, and
They're coming past at speed, aren't they, Marcus?
But the important thing is to do, as with any driver without large experience in these sort of things, is you see the novice cross on the back. Stay where you are, do your own thing, and let the faster drivers, faster cars find a way around you. It's not for you to evaporate, you can't do that, but it's an outlap into this race is pretty daunting.
About to be lapped by one of the radicals, the one that had that penalty, which has eliminated them really from any contention in the scratch or in the handicap. But I guess an overall podium is still possible because the radicals are that much faster than the rest, and it's just the three radical teams this year. And yellow flags, I know, it's being waved there by the marshal post.
Yeah. I'm guessing that's where the Porsche is.
Well, I think we're just after Abbey. I know we've got safety cars, so what you suggested the safety car is likely. And it's always in the Birkett, it's difficult to know whether it's a good idea to pit during the safety car period, because of course the pit stops are so short. If you go from the front of the queue to the back, you actually find yourself behind 60 plus other cars.
You could do that, but I think you can probably judge that if you're fairly well into your session, that this would be a very good time to do it, because they've seen the damaged car at the side of the track. It's not like it's a surprise, and they'll be able to see, even at the speeds they're going, oh yes, that's being thoroughly knocked around. It may well take 2 or 3 laps to get it back onto a flatbed.
And different to the past, obviously now with this live stream coverage, there's loads of teams in the pit lane with this on in the pit lane garages, and then lots now into pit to car radio, which traditionally I think was banned, wasn't it, until recently. So that sort of changes how you can run the strategy in these type of races. So you see the number of BMWs I was mentioning on the grid walk earlier. BMW, obviously a very popular car to go racing in, Marcus, and it shows in a race like this.
Yeah, that's right. It's become the sort of probably the car to have, mark to have, because lots of different models, the 116s, there's the M3s in E36 and E46 specs. There's probably one or two new ones as well I haven't picked up yet. But there's the 70 Motor Club Renault Megane safety car.
It's been used for a number of seasons now, that safety car.
Yeah.
A number of laps around the country.
It's one of those pieces of cars are cool, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I don't think there's any racing Meganes today. There's lots of cars that you don't see very often.
Clio, I think. There's the remains of the 7 type wing that's been there for about an hour.
Notice there's quite a few Audi TTs on the grid as well, which again replicate. There's been some at Castle Coombe. There's our 1-mate series for those types of cars as well.
That's what's kind of triggered that, I think, the fact there is a series. You can buy them pretty inexpensively, and the kit to put them into racing trim is not too expensive. Luke Andy's done one.
Yeah, I saw the 1-mate series last time at Snetterton. There was over 20 of them, which was very impressive, and they're good-looking cars.
They are.
So, but go back 5 years ago, there was not really any racing at all, was there?
I had an Audi TT. My wife drove it most of the time, and I always called it her car. And it was absolutely brilliant. I loved it. Unfortunately, growing children found that the back seat was not acceptable.
No, that's right.
To go.
It's a bit like my Mini. There's not much space in the back of that either. So, you see one of the I think it's the only Mark III Mazda MX-5 just going through shot there. There's lots of Mark 1.
The Mark III is the one with the yellow livery with the Italian tricolore over the top, which is rather nice.
That's the car with all the MGs. Josh Bromley, who's a regular in the MX-5 series, went on in the MG Championship before, so he's reunited with his MG mates to race here, and that's what's good about the Birkett, isn't it? And you can race with your mates rather than against them.
There's the Nissan Almera as well, which has been out before. Kind of works BTCC colours.
Yeah,
not that they've had an Almera,
but it's all part of the fun, isn't it? Which you can do with these things.
That's the Davanti 2 VW Sirocco. It's vivid kind of kermit cream colours.
Yeah, they're 13th after a delay of some description. I think it's fair to say there are some teams more used to the Birkett and getting the strategy right than others, and that is going to become apparent, isn't it, over the next 6 hours.
Well, some teams are preoccupied with the strategy of just keeping cars going, and they don't have victory speeches in their lunch boxes, but just enjoying it. You've got to start somewhere. I mean, there's teams that have done this race 20 odd times, and there are teams that are first timers. Saw a car coming to the pits there, looked like an early MX-5.
The lead Radical just went through though. He's not quite put a lap on the RJ Motorsport car, but it's basically the best part of a lap ahead. And that car did have more, didn't have any credit laps, the RSR Motorsport car. It's got some quick drivers in as well.
Yeah, so every lap they do counts. They don't get any sort of bonus laps to advance them, if you like.
Yeah, James Leahy Pod, I think, was this year's Radical Challenge champion. 46B, that's Paul Cook, regular 750 Motor Club racer. He was on the grid, initial grid, and then at the last minute they swapped him out for one of his co-drivers. They had a shuffle round, a last strategy change. I think qualifying sessions running a little bit later than what is regular, sort of caught out a few teams. There was quite a few cars very late to assembly, but I think we got all 70 cars in at the start. Despite all of that,
yes, we had the car that was missing from the second row. The car had a cracked screen or something.
Okay. Yes, that was happened, wasn't it? Yeah,
2017, wasn't it? And data moves Axel Van Nederberg.
And there's the car there. So
Okay.
they've obviously that part of that, the Ginetta team, Ginetta GT Academy cars. See Paul Hinson's out there in his BMW Compact. It's got a 3-litre engine. Tomorrow he's doing hot hatch and club enduro as well, so he's got a busy old weekend. And that team have got chocolate, so I found that was a good place to spend the last little while. So there is John Walker's car, very damaged, I'm afraid, which is a real shame because John Walker, regular in the Carmel Porsche Trophy, which we enjoyed a couple of months ago at Snetterton. He was one of the front runners then. Driver from Berkshire, former Caterham racer. But I think that Boxster Marcus is going to have a lot of work to do over the winter.
Absolutely. They're tough things. It'll bounce back.
There's the Almira that you just mentioned in his Touring Car Championship livery when Laurent Aiello won the BTCC. And that car that he won the championship in, that the actual one, was at Brands Hatch early in the year, driven by Jake Hill to win the Super Touring Power Meeting that happened in the summer.
Jake Hill's been impressive this year, hasn't he? He's a very, very rapid young driver, and we've seen him at Goodwood doing the historics, and he has a real passion for his driving, which is special. I think there's a good group of young drivers coming through who rather than being totally focused on what they're doing, so they are when they're racing, is they actually enjoy other parts of motorsport as well. It extends their career too at the end of it, as Andy Prio's finding. Lewis is in the pits, here he is.
Thanks very much. Here we're down in pit 3B. We've got Formula 1, the team. Sorry, I'm getting the teeth right, right? We have Lindsay Jones from Formula Woman. Lindsay, you've just had a bit of a crunch out there. What happened?
I'm not entirely sure what happened. So I was just, driving along, and then suddenly felt a big crunch on the right-hand side. Glanced across, there's obviously another car there that had hit us. So unfortunately, I don't think it was picked up on the TV coverage. So we need to look into it.
Oh dear, not too good. But come on, tell us a little bit about Formula Woman and your part in it.
So I've been with Formula Woman for just over a year. So Formula Woman is an initiative aimed at getting more women involved in motorsport. And the Jaguar project is a new initiative that we've got to get some girls, sort of out on track that have completed their training and sort of trained through the academy. So this is actually my first race.
Not a good baptism though.
No, absolutely, no.
Yeah, but Silverstone is rather daunting, isn't it? It's very wide too compared to other tracks.
Yeah, definitely. The width of the circuit is something that that I've noticed, and I've never driven Silverstone prior to this event. So there's been lots of things to take on board. So,
are you enjoying motorsport?
I am enjoying it, yes, even despite today. I'm a bit frustrated, but I'm still enjoying it, and that's the main thing.
Was it just cosmetic damage, or was there any mechanical damage?
I think it's possibly just cosmetic. I need to talk to the guys looking after the car but I think we should be able to run later, hopefully.
Lindsay, best of luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Back to you in the commentary.
Know a little bit more perhaps than what we did earlier, but the presumption is that was related to the John Walker incident. But if it was, John Walker's ended up with a lot more damage than what they have. But going back to that point earlier, we were talking about young drivers. The other thing, I think, particularly the touring car drivers, there's a different attitude to previously racing in the British Touring Car Championship, potentially because drivers have to bring their own sponsorship, where you had a factory drive in the past, really, didn't you? And therefore, it's a little bit less carnage than perhaps it once was. But there's John Walker's box still back behind the barriers, Marcus, so it shouldn't be too long before we can get racing back underway.
I was talking to Anthony Reid just last weekend, a week ago, the Image Race Cars 50 years reunion. He drove the Works FF4 back in 1979, and he was saying that his historic racing, or as he put it, the Goodwood factor, has extended his career by about 10 years.
Yeah.
This is a guy who finished third at Le Mans, won quite a lot of BTCC races, somewhere in the teens, and loves his historic racing these days.
Yeah, he was by that Super Touring meeting as well, and he's 98 Primera, so they had 3 of them all together, which was fantastic to see. Period of the British Touring Car Championship, obviously, which was very popular.
Anthony's done some stuff with the 750 Club, hasn't he, over the years?
He did historic 750 Formula as a one-off, I think, at Accuracy, which is totally different, I suspect, to what he's raced before. But yeah,
I think for Porsche 962 or whatever, I think that's probably opposite ends of the spectrum.
but he's like a lot of these people, just love their motor racing, don't they? Do whatever they can get their hands on. So we're hoping the safety car lights might go out. The first car behind the safety car is one of the 116 trophy cars, so probably the slowest car on the grid. So on one of these restarts, Markers, I guess some of the sprint drivers have got to remember what they're doing here, and they don't need to dive up the inside at every opportunity.
That's right. I mean, some of the big batch of cars arriving into the first braking area with quicker cars behind the 116. Of course, that's the Formula One pitch down by the wing, isn't it? And we will then see that the main timing line is up here, where we are at Woodcote Corner.
See the second place car there, number 41, the DJ team car, got a big light on the roll bar of the radical just to try and help the slower drivers see them coming. I'm not sure if you've done any of these races, Mark. I guess you have. Did the Birkett before with some of the lower sports cars? Quite hard to see them coming in one of the saloon cars.
I can assure you, in 1999, when I was on the Heart Attacks team, Chris Hart's Clubman's team, and we did manage to win on scratch. It was so wet at Snetterton, just to fight for survival. You couldn't see anything anyway, and it was quite surprising. We were able to outrun the other little sort of MG Austin Rover MG engines. At that point, I was in Barry Webb's car, and it was just amazing. I think my overalls are only just dried out. That's a long time ago, 24 years ago.
Toby Partridge is the first car behind the safety car, the 48-year-old from London, regular in 116 trophy, and it's coached by Steve Soper. I think Steve was here yesterday, I'm not sure if he's here today
They
as
were
well.
business partners at one point, weren't they? And Toby Partridge did really well here in those races we had on the international circuit in August.
Yes, there he is, heading up towards Cots Corner, being chased by a similar car. I think we've got Sirocco, got M3s, Audi. 300 entries in there, all the one car. So cars are being shared, so they're probably over 250 drive. And then tomorrow, I think the small, this grid is 45 cars on the championship final day
It's going to be
tomorrow.
exciting.
So there's plenty of drivers and racing.
rocking up your laps, you see you can't take that advantage. So luck plays a big part in endurance racing, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, we won this, not the overall. We won our class a few years ago. There was myself, Sean Trainer, Dan Sylvester, Ali Topley, in a team with Rogue Motorsport, Patrick Run, and we won the class. But again, like you say, you need luck to help you along the way. And even if there's one little problem with one car, it throws it wide open.
So, basically, you've only got two cars then. The GT 86 and the MR2.
Yeah.
So if anything goes wrong with one, you're gonna that's gonna be a cause of problem.
Yeah, exactly. So we've really got to try and keep them both going. But this car here, great, reliable, and it's also for sale if anyone wants to buy it. But yeah,
Never raced or rallied.
exactly.
Aaron, well, thanks for that, and good luck for the rest of the day.
No worries. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Lewis. That was Aaron Cook from Aaron Cook Racing, who the team that was leading at 2 hours, but not leading at 2.5 hours on handicap, because we've got the updated positions through now. So I can tell you that the following teams, all on 66 laps, but in this order at the moment. Another team at 36, Capitol leading by, what are we looking at? About half a minute there at the moment, I think. Second, 45, the three Amigos, double winners in the past of the handicap element of the Birkett relay race. Third on 18, Team 18, Special K. Fourth is Team 43, Aaron Cook Racing, which took me to Aaron there. Then in fifth place on 65 laps, and there were a lot of teams on 65 laps, all the way back down to 21st position. It's Random Racers, Team 30. Royal Navy, crikey, that's looking a bit busy on the screen now, isn't it? Royal Navy Motorsport Team 57, Mazda Dudes 48, Area Motorsport 65, Mazda Misfits 49, and Team 348, team number 7. They complete the top 10 at the moment in terms of the classes within the handicap competition, which is where the awards are given. Class B being led by Team 36 Capital, Class A by Team 18 Special K, Class C by Run Baby Run Team 10, and Class D by St Winifred School Choir Team 22 in 17th place overall.
Fantastic. And yeah, going back to that earlier thought, Graham Hill on the winning team 1958, and so just sort of the Lotus team kind of just 10 years old, Lotus at that point, and sort of just broken into Grand Prix racing. But he didn't win the championship until 62 for BRM. And it was only the very last race of the year that I think South Africa at that point that Jim Clark's great rival had a problem, I think, and he managed to secure that championship. Of course, won another one later on at 5 Monaco Grand Prix. So, but really that experience of the Birkett enriched his career. Probably did. He loved it.
Absolutely. And there's too many drivers to mention who've also competed in the Le Mans 24-hour race as well as the Birkett. But back in 1978, a contemporary Le Mans prototype took part in the Birkett 6-hour relay race as well. That was Ian Bracey with his Kesketh 308.
The car that won a race at the Silverstone Festival with Michael Williams, fresh from restoration. How about Hammers and Crack a Nut?
Absolutely.
Baked Bean, as he was known.
Yeah.
That's his nickname.
Yeah. So that was back in 1978. That car competed at the Birkett.
He had sponsorship from a restaurant when he ran the 2 litre Lolas before that. A restaurant down near Earl's Court, Il Palio di Siena. Which is the horse race around the square. It used to be annually. I think it's now twice annually. Yeah. Wonderful city in Tuscany, Siena. And Baked Bean was quite a character. He once rang me up at Autosport magazine and said, "You may be wondering, aren't we, whether we're going back to the Mall this year?" Well, of course we are. And we're taking a flagpole. We're going to hoist the Union flag over the paddock. So I didn't kind of doubt it.
That 78 relay was at Donington. I think only the second season after that had reopened Donington on the what was then the only circuit there. the handicap winner that year were the Angle Mog Saxons, and the scratch winner was the Porsche Club GB 911 team. Back in 1978, 45 years ago.
In that 58 year, the scratch winners most distance covered were the Innis Island stable.
Okay.
And it was Innis Island who won the first Grand Prix for Team Lotus, the American Grand Prix. Now Lotus 21. It wasn't the first Lotus win, that had been scored by Sterling Moss in a Rob Walker car, but the first Team Lotus win. 3 abreast round Luffield, absolutely fantastic. One of the 7s came round the long way, probably hove into view at any moment, which time the 7 had been shaken off again. Here it comes.
The 34 team in 34th position, the Cab Trans team, that's getting support from Amelia Sampson, who's watching from the UAE on the live stream, and I'm sure that she's related to Ed and Clayton Sampson, who race within that team, Brian Whipperson and Rich Gravestock, the others that make up that squad. They're just about halfway down the field in 34th position.
It's probably rather warmer in the UAE than it is here.
Although for October the 28th it's not too bad out there, you can just about manage it in shirt sleeves. I attended an hour or so ago. I went and had a brief sit in the BRDC grandstand, but it's then returned for the warmth of the commentary box. So just coming up to 3 hours, the halfway mark in this race. RSL Motorsport still leading, 73 laps in. RJ Daytona with Daytona Motorsport and RJ Motorsport third, 16, 41 and 40, the first 3 teams.
So the Formula 1 Jags are left hooker as well, as is one of those radicals that we saw earlier on. 24A there, that's Andrew Juice in the Boxster at the moment for the Ashford Porsche Specialists team, chasing down the 58D car, which is, that's the RF Motor Racing team, isn't it? And that is Dave Russell out at the moment. That's the car with the synthetic fuel that Brian Watson was telling us all about earlier on. And the cracking paint job, just beautiful.
Yeah. David returned to racing, I think, in about July this year, having broken both his legs, I think I remember saying. So he had a bit of recuperation before he could get back in the car. Earlier on this season, but he was straight into winning form at an Armed Forces racing event at Snetterton. So cars heading up the Wellington Straight there as we approach the halfway mark.
Comes the EP3 Honda down the inside into Brooklyn, snaking under braking.
Let's head down to the Darkside Developments garage where we find Lewis Beals.
Guys, well, here we are outside pit 9A with Darkside Developments, and we have Ryan Parkin. Ryan and Scott, I take it they're brothers.
I'm photo bombing.
What are Darkside Developments? Come on, tell us.
So we're a diesel tuning company in South Yorkshire. We specialise in Volkswagen, Audi, Seat, Skoda, BMW, and obviously Mini, Porsche, whatever comes alongside that. But yeah, we're just here for a bit of fun. See how long we could do in a diesel car. How long did you do?
I think 2 hours 56 minutes or 2 hours 54, something like that.
One stint.
One stint. Yeah. So he's hogging all the right. He's hogging all.
Yeah. He knows what he's doing. And then, unfortunately, we've had to send Dylan out in a petrol car just to sort it out while the Golf diesel's going to get prepped, and I'm going to go in that again and do the rest of the race in that. So the one car's going to hopefully do 5.5 hours of the running today.
So what's the TT about then?
So that's the diesel one that we're going to be racing tomorrow. So we want to conserve that if we can. But if we have a problem with the Golf when we're having a look at it now, I'll go out and do the rest of the stint in that, hopefully. But just keeping it for tomorrow, basically.
Right. Now these look very much like TCR cars, but they're not. So I know the TCR cars are petrols. So I take it that roughly based on them, sort of thing?
Yeah, I think the original guy who built these, he based the body kit off the TT Cup races in Europe, which were a TCR car that Audi built, and then they destroyed them all. So he based it on that, and then we bought them with petrol engines in, converted them to diesel, or at least one of them. The other one's getting converted next week. Converted them to diesel, and we're racing against the TCR cars in Club Enduro, and we're as quick, maybe a little bit quicker. So,
do you team up together in the Club Enduro?
No, me and Scott kind of race against each other, but next year I think we should both be in Class A together and have a proper race, whereas at the minute I'm in Class A, Scott's in Class B, but I want to race in Class A and Scott wants to race in Class A, so we're going to have to I think we decided last night we're going to have a bit of a showdown at one track and see who gets to be Class A, so we'll see.
Okay, so how many horsepower can you get out of your diesel engine?
If this were in road car trim, it'd be about 340, 350 horsepower, but you can't run a car that powerful for 2-3 hours at a time. So we turn it down to about 310, something like that, and yeah, it works pretty good.
Well, yeah, it's well, you know, obviously electric's the way to go at the moment, but
it's not.
Well, that's what they tell us, isn't it?
Yeah. I generally don't do as I'm told, so no, we'll stick to diesels.
Okay, Ryan, thanks very much, and Scott, well done. Thanks very much. Yeah, we hope the diesel Golf will make the end.
We'll try.
Thanks very much. And back to the commentary box.
Thanks, Lewis. I knew he'd go over to the Darkside at some point today, but he's very welcome back with us soon. So we are watching the 6A car on screen at the moment. That's Tom Singleton in his BMW 328i, part of the Straight 16 with Paul Laramie and Chris Blakey, and we're a Team 6 in the running order at the moment. 30th overall on scratch. I'll see where they are on handicap in a moment as well. But good to see that Straight 6 squad out on track. Drivers that regularly compete in the BMW Car Club. Just trying to get those handicap positions back to hand. And the Formula 1 team car is in the pit lane. Yep, you can see the replacement car just going out now. Team 6 are in 35th, exactly halfway down the positions on handicap. So we are into the second half of the race now. You can see on screen there 11B, which is Jim New in his Toyota MR2, and then one of the Boss Cats cars from Team 54 as well, one of the Caterhams. They're running in 9th position on scratch at the moment. They completed 68 laps, 8 laps behind the leaders, RSR Motorsport. Since we're not, at the moment, looking like we're going to get a huge amount of jeopardy in terms of the scratch race winner, but there's still time for that to change. We had late drama last year. And we'll see if RSR Motorsport, who are favourites, going off scratch as far as the handicap race is concerned, if they can convert that lead, which is currently by 2 laps into victory in this remaining 3 hours of the race. A few mechanical issues there could soon change that. And there is the leading car just turning its way through Stoke Corner at the moment. So I think is that John McLeod out there at the moment? I think it is.
We're on target for about 150 laps this rate.
Yes.
If it remains dry.
Yeah, should get that amount of laps in. Obviously dictated to some extent by the weather and the amount of safety car periods that you have as well. And worth noting that handicaps are adjusted for safety car running as well. Team 37 out on circuit with their MG. This is the Rapid Rovers team managed by John Alexander, and it's their first year racing at the Birkett, although the 4 drivers all came to spectate last year. and they are keen to take part in one of club racing's most iconic events. The other reasons they're attracted to Birkett is it's the fact they like the consultant and the manager lives in Northamptonshire as well. And although the team is called Rapid Rovers, we could only find 5 people willing to admit that they owned an MG Rover product, so we've had to draft in an MX-5 as well. And that is the car of Josh Bromley, who's the MX-5 Super Cup Championship regular. He's had to bolster the numbers, adding to Jake Fraser-Burns from Hull. You've got Andrew Burns, who is a very young 59, Ian Bolton from Kent, and Chris Bolton from Bedfordshire. Adam Jackson, their 5th driver of an MG ZR 190. Andrew Burns is in a Rover Tomcat. There we can see, just going off the circuit there was the Mini, but it was the 67 car that I was looking at, which is the TSR Golf. Freddie Tatham I can see out there in the red and white 116 BMW 116 trophy car. A bit further back. There is the race leading car there, number 16, just putting a lap on 43C. That's Andrew Williams out there at the moment for Aaron Cook Racing. The 67 car's got a problem, hasn't it? The Golf at 67, it's got something trailing underneath. That which I think, yes, just looking at the screen there. So that's the 67 Golf, which is, well, again, the thing to do there would have been to have tried to get across to the other side of the circuit and head into the international pit lane. And out of harm's way, but I suspect he's going to continue on his way. That's bad news for TSR Performance, who are 20th at the moment on scratch, and a little bit further back I think on handicap. Yes, they are at the 2.5 hour mark, 56th. There's another of the Radical squad, so that's the 40 car, which is Ash Hicklin out there at the moment in his Radical SR3 for RJ Motorsport. That's the team in 3rd position at the moment, the team that was penalised 5 laps for having 2 cars on track at the same time. As up the Wellington Straights they go. There you can see those LED lights shining brightly on Ash Hicklin's car. Oh, and now he's... Well, I'm sure he didn't mean to park it like that. We saw he had the problem, 67B, isn't it? So that's Mark Jones in the Golf, but quite how he's conspired to get it into the gravel. In fact, just on the exit of Club, I think. I'm not quite clear, because he looks to be sort of limping it back to the pits, but now he's put it into the gravel. Not that far off the edge of the circuit. Quite a wide piece of green concrete behind the curb, but something that the officials will keep an eye on. The marshal's going to try and push it. I don't think they're going to have much joy there in pushing that car out of the gravel trap. Yeah, the wheels are just spinning. They're going to spray marshals with gravel. Is not going to get out of that, I don't think. So that's going to need outside intervention. Into the pits comes Team 66. That's the car in 4th position, Capture Motorsport. So that's the Will Beach and Mark Rice Cooper. That's I'm not sure which one of them it was at the wheel at the moment, but that car has now come in to the pit lane. There's the Hyundai Coupe team, Team 51, and I think it's Paul Laurie out there at the moment. They've named their team in a fashion to try and trip the commentators up, but we're wise to that. Let's head down to the pit lane. Lewis Beals is in the pit lane, and I think he's going to hear from the Capital team this time, Lewis.
Yep, Capital team is here in 8B. We've got Warren Allen.
It's not raining. I've done my first stint, so I'm waiting to go out after the current car that's out there in about 45 minutes. So yeah, we're doing well. The team manager's doing a great job, and the Calm All Porsche boys are doing a good job helping us out as well. So that's really good.
Yeah, you've got a Cayman, the others have got a Boxsters.
Yep.
And you were telling me you're somewhat quicker. How much quicker?
At the minute, I'm 15 seconds a lap quicker than the other guys in the team. So I'm trying to get out on the dry, in the dry. It looks like there's rain coming about 4:30. So as soon as it rains, I'll come in and hopefully a car will be ready on some wet tyres to go out. So.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky when you get changeable conditions. You need a good strategy, don't you? And
good team manager, Lewis.
Yeah, I know you do. Yeah, that is definitely it. Yeah, but also in that case you need to get out and you'll be able to use your 15-second lap advantage in the dry
to get some laps in and do that. Yeah,
canny boys.
I know. We're doing our best. Can I have a quick? I'd like to have a quick shout out to my son and niece who's here. Hi, Charlie. Hi, Megan.
You've done the show. Anyway, I better let you get in the car in case you're.
Thanks, mate.
Who's out at the moment?
I'm next, and I'm ready and waiting. So I've got to get.
Who's next? Who's out at the moment?
I think it's Andy out right now.
Yeah. So if Andy breaks down, you got to be ready to go.
I've literally going to put this. As soon as you go, I'm going to put this on and sit in the car for 20 minutes and have some pleasant thoughts. So.
Okay, Warren. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Thanks, Lewis. Have a good day, guys.
Thank you very much, and back to you in the commentary box, guys.
Car is out, not too much of a surprise. That is to recover the Mark Jones Volkswagen Golf for TSR Performance. That was stranded in the gravel trap at the exit of Club Corner, which is part of the circuit. The safety car queue is approaching now as we are 3 hours and 12 minutes into this race. And first car behind the safety car is the Club Racing UK car. It's the Mini Cooper S that's out there. I'm not sure whether it's Stephen Thompson or Emma Dawson that's there at the moment. There you can see the car being recovered from the gravel. Yeah, the tyre tracks on the way in tell a story, don't they, as to what's gone on there.
I think Mark Jones managed to miss the major gravel bed and then probably thought that was quite solid.
Yeah, that's a good point actually. It is,
but it's not.
No, I think you're right. I think he thought he was driving onto some tarmac or something, but no. And I could see how it would look like that, given the difference in the colour, probably when you're at driver's eye level as well. We've got an on-board here, which is with 46. Is this Niall Bradley? It's in Paul Cook's car. Yes, of course it is, with the helmet, the Senna helmet there. So he's going around behind the safety car at the moment. Or more to the point, he's not, because he's not in as part of the safety car queue at the moment. And he is just making his way onto the hang straight there, Marcus.
Yeah, indeed. It was an iconic crash helmet, that Senna one, wasn't it, with the Brazilian national colours on it. Remember him very fondly from his days of Formula Ford and Formula Ford 2000 and Formula 3, being absolutely dominant in the Ford Formula, though he did get beaten occasionally.
He did.
Frank Bradley beat him at Snetterton in Ford 2000 by choosing the other tyres.
Okay.
And the track came to him, which was pretty impressive. But Ayrton was an interesting fellow. He used to turn up at club races or national events to watch Mauricio Gugelmin, his buddy, compatriot and housemate, Isha, and was always very friendly and very focused at the side of the track.
There you can see Paul Cook just passing the car that had just been recovered.
Yeah, so he's got the Crocodile ahead of him now.
Yes, and he'll soon join on to the back of that. Good time then just to quickly run through the 3-hour handicap positions which have just dropped. So let's have a look at those. And actually I'll turn my phone around the other way so I can see all of the details. So leading the way is still Team 36 Capital, who we just heard from there with Warren Allen. They've completed 78 laps, including their credit laps, of which they have 14. Second is Team 57 Royal Navy Motorsport, third is 17348, and fourth is 65 Area Motorsport, all on 78 laps. Then the next 16 or 17 cars are all on 77 laps, and they are 5th number 10 Run Baby Run, 6th number 45 the Three Amigos, 7th number 9 Bad Boy Tuning, 8th number 22 St Winifred School Choir, 9th number 18 Special K, 10th number 24 Ashgood Porsche Specialist, then Irish Motorsport, Mazda Misfits, Team Birkett, Stand 2 Hollerton Racing, Mazda Dudes, Capture Motorsport, One Too Many, Aaron Cook Racing, who've dropped down to 18th now, having led an hour earlier. BPV Limited running out of the top 20 are the Random Racers. So there's the handicap positions at the halfway stage of the race. Now it's good to see that they are arriving about 15 minutes after each half hour is completed, so hopefully we'll get them within 15 minutes of the race finishing as well, so we can give you the handicap standings at the end of the race before we go off air this evening.
Look at the eye line of the Lotus Elise that's just following the Renault safety car in comparison to the BMW behind it. You can see how that necessarily be that easy to see in certain circumstances. There's a very bright yellow nose on it. It's the Radical coming through, 16A, race leaders. We have this comfortable lead of a lap. Oh, the Mini's back out, the Mini Hayabusa. 40 is Ashicklin.
Let's head down to Lewis Beals once again in the pit lane. He's got one of our Radical drivers this time.
Yes, we're here with the race leader, Ben Stone. Ben, you're in the right-hand drive Radical. You were telling me you don't like the left-hander.
No, I tried the left-hander in quali this morning, and it's a little hard to get used to because obviously spent the whole experience of racing being on the right, so yeah, it's a bit different. But yeah, so luckily James has taken the left-hand drive and I've got the right one.
Well, yeah, because that always amazes me. Half the cars in the Touring Car Championship are left hookers, aren't they?
Luckily I've never driven one of those, so don't have to worry about it. But yeah, it's James is the left-hand drive but still doing a mega job, so yeah, it's mainly down to him that we're in the lead, which is great.
So you got 3 cars. Who's out for you at the moment?
We've got John McLeod out at the moment. He's doing a good job. We lost our advantage because of the safety car, but luckily we're already a lap ahead, so we've still got that 1 lap buffer at the moment, which is great.
Yeah, because all the cars go on the same speed now, aren't they?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
John's done this before, and he's won it before, hasn't he?
He's won it 4 times.
4 times, yes. Yeah. He's really is a Birketteer, isn't he?
The king of the Birkett. Yeah. So if I think if he wins it today, touch wood, then he would have won it more than anyone else. So yeah. We're supporting his effort.
And how many times have you done the Birkett?
I did it once, and I did it last year with John, and we won it last year. Managed to win the scratch race. So yeah, we're trying to defend our crown.
You're going well so far. I take it you've got your fingers crossed on the weather.
Well, yeah, we don't know when it's going to come in, or whether it's definitely going to happen, but or who's going to be in the car. But yeah, it will certainly mix things up a bit. Everyone's got their wets prepared, so I guess we'll see what happens.
Okay, Ben, thanks very much, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you. Cheers.
Just as the race goes live.
Yeah, indeed it does. So safety car has pulled back in, and race is back underway with 2 hours and 41 minutes or so of the race left to go. It is Team 16 RSR Motorsport that have 81 laps now in the book, 2 laps clear of 41 RJ with Daytona Motorsport, and another 2 laps behind them RJ Motorsport Team 40, and then another 2 laps behind them 66 Capture Motorsport, who are on 75 laps as things stand in the scratch part of the race. But as we've been saying all day long, it's the handicapped race that is the main prize in the Birkett, and I think we've established that at the halfway mark we've got about 20 cars all within a lap or so of the lead, so that's going to be very tight indeed, and it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that one of the teams that are not in the top 20 at this point that will come through to take the win, especially if we do have changing conditions, which a couple of the drivers we've heard from recently have mentioned, Marcus.
Yeah, I think it's sort of one of those things that's been on the cards. Oh, that was really, really tight with Ace A being given the opportunity to wriggle through the lead Radical always lapping him, and there's got a lot of hope, clearly, because it checks him getting past.
There's that Lotus again. Now that's actually in the Mazda Misfits team. It's Steve Rees, the 42-year-old property manager from Nottingham, current Darlington District Motor Club champion. He was a member of the team that was first handicapped last year. It's his third Birkett, and he's the only non-MX5 in a team that also features Dave Brown, John McCann, who also manages the team, Steve Reed, and Nico Favo as well. Is Ash Hicklin out in front of this group and coming through to complete another lap. He's up at Brooklands now. You've got 3 cars wide. A little bit further back in the middle of that was the Neil Stratton MR2 Roadster. Neil, I think, was certainly a podium finish on more than one occasion in the MR2 Championship this year. He's part of the mostly rusty 2-seater squad.
Down the classes on the A class, still led by Breakdancer Racing, and they're in 19th place overall. That's team number 8, which is flying along. Best of the Bees, Capture Motorsport, in 4th place overall, 66, leading Dayton Motorsport, 27 by a lap at the moment. And then C, Atomic Racing, they're currently in the pits with the 32 team, and they're being chased by the Run Baby Runs, who are team 10. D, of course, led by the top 3 overall. There's also Brabant G Sport team that runs 4th in D, 5th in D, that's 12. 5th in D is 54, the Boss Cats. And then it's Interceptor Racing, 6th in D with team 52. I think there was a change to the Preppenlay and Darkside tussle. Classes D and E respectively, less than half a second now between those teams.
And we were just watching on screen there, you can see them again. The 3 Amigos are out there. David Drinkwater, it is, out there at the moment, 4-time Hot Hats champion. I think he's proving his own car for tomorrow's Hot Hats Championship decider. He's out there in Adam Reed's car at the moment, 48-year-old IT consultant, should say, from Hampshire. Does lots of endurance racing all around the world, does David, but a stalwart of the Birkett as well, twice a winner as part of the 3 Amigos squad. There on screen you've got Run Baby Run, Team 10B. They are still running in 11th place overall, and it's Colin Benham that's out there for them at the moment in his CB Fury. He's a former Sports Specials champion from a few seasons ago. He campaigns that car in Class B of the championship, which is the sort of secondary class, that class championship structure. It's based on power to weight ratio, and the 3rd class is also for the MX150Rs, and he's just tucked in behind the number 31 Lotus for very random races. So that must be Alan Ball's Elise, and they are just heading back to the pits. We can see the reflections there in the windows of the Jimmy Brown Centre, isn't it, above the the pit lane?
In it, the British Racing Drivers Club office at the Cox end of that centre. Jimmy Brown, a long time circuit manager here at Silverstone.
And there is 67F, so that is the TSR pumps course. They've now got that's Tony Rogers now out in the Audi TT, bright orange car. That's to replace the one of the Mark Jones Golf that was off in the Gravelet Club.
Which replaced the Rob Ellick TT, which was off somewhere else on to the refuge.
Yeah, they can't be doing very well in the standings, can they? I don't think. They're well down on 36th at the moment. car that's just catching them now is the 21, I think that's 21A, Adrian Bradley for Team Cassie, who are 13th on scratch at the moment in the BMW based squad. Those BMW are always going to be towards the sharp end of the field. This driver multiple winner in various championships. He's competed Classic Motorsport Club, Kakuma BMW, Classic Touring Car Race Club and CSCC as well. All the good places to race your BMW though. 750 Race Club is home to one of them. And he's turning his way through Brooklands now towards the right-hander at Luffield, double right-hander. Out through Woodcote Corner he will come to complete another lap of the Grand Prix circuit here at Silverstone. Over the finish line he'll go. Tomorrow's racing here at Silverstone, also on the Grand Prix circuit. And the national circuit in use next weekend for the Walter Hayes Trophy.
Yeah, so I'll see a little less of, I think, next year across the club racing landscape. With the cost of hiring the Grand Prix circuit.
Yeah, I think 750 Motor we're expecting to be back with the Birkett next year, and possibly another meeting as well, a bit like this year. But we'll see how things pan out with the 750 Motor calendar for 2024 when that's announced.
Yes, imminent.
Probably not too far away, I don't think. I know other clubs have been getting their calendars out in the last few days, haven't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
HSCC's not Grand Prix circuit, I don't believe.
No, I think a few clubs just thinking about the economics of it all. Back on board with Paul Cook we go then. So last time we saw him it was a slow lap because we were behind the safety car. This time Marcus is a bit more committed.
Yeah, exactly. And it's always fun to chase. Oh, and a spin. That's the lead car, isn't it?
Yeah.
16 has spun. And I don't know whether there's damage or it's just picked up some gravel. But this has thrown the cat among the pigeons, hasn't it?
It's John McLeod. Now I imagine the team have got the stream on in the garage. I know a lot of the teams have. They've spotted that, and it was already a long last lap from that. So they've sent the next car out, haven't they? So yeah, the next car has gone out when they've realised that the car that was on track is not yet come.
He did pull off the circuit, as you can see on the TV live stream, and the team are now trying to recover it. So at the moment we have James Layout on the circuit and Ben Stone getting themselves ready. As we say, no matter how well you're doing, it can be a lap in the lead that can soon disappear with just one minor hitch. Anyway, back to you, Marcus.
Down to 20 seconds now, the gap between those teams, and you can see the car's been scuffed towards the rear quarter as well. So there's been some contact there, I think, at some point during the race. It might not have been that incident, but that's a real shame for John McLeod. Meanwhile, as you say, James Lade back into the fray for 16. Just waiting to see what that gap is at the end of 86 laps.
It is.
The 41 car comes, here it comes.
Yeah, it's Alistair Smart in the SR10, the EcoBoost engine car. But James Lay immediately quick Marcus, 2 minutes 11.1. Radical champion, so not wasting any time to get back up to speed.
Yeah.
And the gap then is 35 seconds. And so, because of a very slow lap for Smart, 2:26. But the drama continues on these commentary changes. Last time I came in it was just after that something happened, this time it's something just before. Meanwhile, I've just spoke to Leo Morel about the other RJ Motorsport dramas earlier. He said that the team on the pit missed the car coming through twice, presumed it was therefore no longer on the circuit, so they sent the other car out and continued to miss the fact that the car was still on the circuit until it was too late.
Because they weren't looking for it, effectively. They thought it had gone. Oh, and that's 12B pulling off. And
cool, crikey. MG on the grass.
So crossing MGZR. That's impressive.
If it was 12B, that would be Paul Wood. That's That car being pushed behind the barriers on the other pit straight, international pit
It's like
straight.
test match special with all the sort of changes of personnel here with Soas here coming in and going out.
I think Aaron Cook now in the GT86.
Yeah, he's having to go in that. He's done the maximum number of laps.
Right.
His car didn't pick that one up. 26 laps he could do in the Ginetta, and that's curtains then.
Well, it's such a quicker car, you need to have that put into the handicap, really, don't you, for it to work. Look at the Ford Puma there, is Matthew Footman from Cambridgeshire. Races in road sports with success this year. Don't see too many Ford Pumas. There's a few on the grid today.
There's a few on the CSCC sort of roster, aren't there? The Puma Cup remnants. But there's never really been very many of them.
And similar GT86, I mentioned earlier how few of them there are racing in the country.
Michael Greensall uses one for tuition on track, doesn't he?
I think Nigel must have done this race at some point in his past.
Just done something like that. Races this season already. Both sides of the Atlantic. He's flipped across the States rallies as well. Never a dull moment.
James Lay's done another lap 2:12, which is 5 seconds quicker than Alistair Smart. So the gap's up to 40 seconds. So it's doubled in 2 laps. Such is the differential in their pace. Alistair Smart pretty new to driving this SR10. He's raced it a couple of times in the Zio prototype series. He'll be racing his PR6 tomorrow in bike sports, a championship that he won last year in the class. He won the Birkett Relay a couple of years ago. But the SR10 presumably, Mark, is quite a different car. How it goes to the PR6.
Yes, very much so, because SR10 is a great deal heavier. It's well over 700 kilos, and it's got that 425 horsepower Ford kind of Duratec, Ecotec spec engine, and it's very different to drive because the cornering capabilities are quite a lot different to the Suzuki boosted powered SR3s and PR6s, etc. So the technique into the corners are very, very different. Yeah, interesting to have both here this weekend, and maybe we'll hear from Lewis later on, directly from the horse's mouth.
This is the area motorsport team in for their stop. Area Motorsport 11th overall on the scratch positions, which is pretty impressive because they're mainly a team of Civics, aren't they? With an Audi TT and a Renault Clio in there.
Thrown in. It's the Clio's Bradley Bradley Burns.
That's right, yeah.
Rapid young racer. Had to go in a historic McLaren sports car at, I'd like to say, Algarve about 5 years ago, and really impressed.
So there is James Lay, the leader, trying to navigate his way past Volkswagens and Audis and BMWs
the entire sort of VAG model range seems to be sort of spread out around the circuit somewhere.
2 minutes 14 was his previous lap. 2 seconds quicker than Alistair Smart. So that's the area car that's gone out, which is the boss, I think, Rob Baker, in his it might be Chris Plaskett possibly in the capture car. 66 I think it is rather than 65. In the penalty area is a BMW 50F, which is Scott Hubel's 1 Series, driver from North Yorkshire. He races in the Northern Sports Cars Series. There's the leader. So these radicals have got this fin now, haven't they, on the back of them, which is pretty new.
Absolutely. Whether that has, what effect it has, down to speak to the drivers, I guess, but probably down to trying to clear up the airflow at the back of the car and put more air over the rear wing, so it's splitting out.
James Lane makes his way out of Luffield. I noticed Radical Challenger are going to be competing on the Toga package again next season on occasions, which is an interesting idea, because that adds cost to the series, but you get in front of a much bigger audience.
Yeah, exactly, and hopefully some television out there as well.
That's right, yeah.
But,
not sure what the hardcore Toka touring car fan base think of seeing sports cars on there.
I'm interested to know really what Ginetta have made about their move away from that.
I think Ginetta Juniors has sort of stayed at the same level, but there are other series, I think it's fair to say, have lost numbers. Freddie Slater, the Junior champion this year already.
He's been the runaway victor, hasn't he? But
I think missed the last 2 meetings and still won the championship.
That's right. And Reza Seaworthen has gone really, really well at the end of the year. I met him a year or so ago, lives near me, and I should have put that 100 quid on him to win a race, shouldn't I? The reason I didn't is I probably didn't have the 100 quid.
Yeah, Freddie Slater, son of Adrian Slater, who was a quick Porsche driver 20 years ago. Already doing Formula 4, and I suspect he's going to be someone to look out for.
He's been testing for about a year, I think. He's been out and about all the time testing.
And very, very impressive. I think you need to do that nowadays if you are going to have any chance of making Formula 1.
Yeah, very different these days to how it was back in the sort of 70s when I started writing about it and all that.
And getting into Formula 1, you had a lot more opportunities.
These days you have to turn up with your nutritionist, your strategy person, your lawyer, and your PR entourage.
I think you need to have a good marketing behind you, don't you?
Exactly.
13E here is what is 13? That's supposed to be a Ford. That wasn't a Ford, was it? Looks like it's 13, doesn't it? That Hyundai. Yes, perhaps they've had a car change.
13 on it.
Perhaps they've had a car change.
Back down the inside, that was bold.
Is it?
13E, is it?
That's what it looks like, doesn't it? Which should be Stefan Marsh and a Ford Focus, but that's obviously not a Ford Focus.
Convert your Ford Focus into a Hyundai Coupe in 3 weekends with only hand tools. Body kit available here.
It's coming into the pit lane.
13B.
No, it's B, that's why then. So it's B. So that is Luca Stazzini, who was the Hyundai Coupe champion this season. 5 races, and he had some good battles with the Rockets, father and son, Wayne and Johnny. I think you might be right, yeah. One of the Rockets won 4, the other one won a couple. 6DE, which I think is Frisbee Moria, isn't it? Ex-British GT racer, briefly. And the Audi behind, it's driven by Adam Blair, former British Formula 3 Class E race winner 20 years ago. One on the road at Snetterton a few weeks ago in the Audi TT Cup, but got penalised for track limits. Which I don't think is the first time that's happened to Adam Blair in recent races that he's competed in, but again, good to see him back out racing. He was raced Formula Ford and Formula 3 after that. 2001 was a very, very strong championship with 30 plus cars. And then I think did a bit of Porsche racing before some time off, and then came back into club racing over the last few seasons. And he is in the Devantry Tyres team with Adam Reed, Simon Major, Luke Hayes, Ray Collier and Christopher Hayes as well. And he's got one of the Caterhams just ahead. 54. Yeah, one of the boss team cars. Oh, 54 is battling with 60. So that's side by side. That is for position ahead of them.
Gone past Billy Moria.
That's for 9th position, that change. So Boss Cat's ahead of TA Racing. And it's 54B, I think.
I think it is, yep.
So that is Andy Grant in his Caterham 420R. Meanwhile, I think Josh Files is down in the pit lane with Lewis Bills. So we're going all Norfolk.
Thanks very much for that. Yes, definitely I got a fellow Norfolk man, Josh Files. Josh, welcome to the Birkett.
Yeah, it's good. It's my first time doing it. I've started in the car, the race, so it was a good laugh. Lots of traffic, lots of overtaking. And I think we got up to about 9th before I came in, so happy days.
Yeah, but happy days then, but not so much so. Come on, you're sharing the car, aren't you?
Yeah, so me and Rob Baker, the team owner, are sharing the Silver Arrow. It's the oldest car, but it seems to always go well. He was just midway through his stint in it though, and it's just stripped fourth gear, so we've had to retire it because it's just too slow.
So you've still got Cameron, Bradley and Luke on the team?
Yeah, so Brad was watching a film about a Reliant Robin being restored or something when Rob came in and we didn't expect him, so we quickly whipped him out. So Brad's out now in the Clio. It's his first run. Cam's just done he's just come back from his run. So we're just re-prepping Cam's car now because it had a little problem as well, ready to probably bring us home.
Yeah, so but obviously prior to I think you're being hassled there. Yeah, prior to your European campaigns, which were very successful, you did a lot of historic club sports racing too.
Yeah, so obviously I raced the Thoroughbreds in a TR6. We've done Goodwood a few times in a TR4 as well, and done some Silverstone Classics and stuff like that. So
is that with Dad?
That's with Dad, yeah. He was here earlier. In fact, I can see Roy over there. I used to race against him in a TR6 as well. So yeah, he was here earlier, and that was good fun. But I mean, I instruct around Silverstone GP as well, so I know it like the back of my hand. So to be honest, I was praying for rain because I think we had a proper chance at outright victory in the Wayne, but obviously it didn't come.
Okay, any plans in the future and the horizon?
Not at the minute, but you never know. I'm always having conversations, so next year could be very interesting.
Okay, Josh, thanks very much, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thanks, Lewis. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Cheers, Josh. Back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Lewis. And going back to our point from a couple of hours ago, Mark was talking about people that race modern touring cars and race historic cars as well.
Absolutely. And Josh Files very quick in Triumph TRs. That's good to see. Here's 2017, which is the Dayton Motorsport Ginetta, back with the black one. We've had these three, the black, the white, and the bright yellow one. But
yeah, this one's Marco Anastasi, who's 43 from Edinburgh. They've raced in Lotuses before getting this Ginetta.
He ran earlier on in the race because, of course, the original lead-off car was sent back to the pits for a fix.
They're in 5th overall, a minute and 20 behind Capture Motorsport for the best of the production-based cars.
Yeah, they've got the work cut out, haven't they? They're all quick cars, but looking at their best laps, we're looking at 2:21 and a mid 2:19 with the GCR cars the quicker.
Then in 6th position is the Atomic Racing team with MPs.
They've been wrong actually, and they've been doing their best laps at 2:22. Sorry, they're behind them. The Darkside development teams, there's best laps to 2:20.8 to 17.8 for Prep Play G Sport.
Yeah,
2:18.88 for the Triple A's Racing Team 60.
That's again got some TCR cars in there and BMWs.
Andrew Rath in that team, the former Lotus Rapper Racing.
I think so, yeah. And now he shares Phil Nibb's Seat, I think, or the Slow Mazda, which is the Royal Navy team, Simon Vernon, who's now going for a big slide on the grass after pulling off and into a spin.
Had a donut, or a half donut.
So that was all a bit weird, really, wasn't it? It looked like he was going slowly, and then he's ended up spinning. So the Royal Navy, I think, have been quite high up on the handicap order as well over the course of this race. So that's and he's carrying on. So
what's known as the Great Circle route around Lafayette, or the quickest way, where you stretch the imagination. Belcher Flame from one of the Mini Cooper S's there.
There's the Datum Ginetta, 2 minutes 26.2 on that lap. A couple of seconds quicker than the Capture Seat team.
Team Legacy also, their best lap early on was a 2:19. That's Team 21B, but currently the 31's quickest on track at the moment. The lead car, 2:11.12 last time round.
James Lay's been pretty quick in that since their problem. And who are we on board with here in dramas? The Ford Sierra Cosworth is this. possibly.
It's even Scott Dunwoody, isn't that? Therefore, Futura Classicos, that's not very hard to do it.
No.
Crap windscreen as well.
Again, it's a car that probably doesn't tend to do big stints, multiple stints in a day.
So we've seen the engine and gearbox grenade on that car this year.
Right.
Different points.
One of the modern Mini Coopers is 9C, which is Lee Campbell. This is a supercharged R53 for bad boy tuning, and they've got a Peugeot up on 3 wheels behind them, which is Lewis Charlton, which is a Peugeot 206 GTR, which apparently competes in time attack. So going from one lap specialist series to doing a full endurance race for Lewis Charlton. And the Mini's a bit more power in a straight line, pulling clear. I think Lee races in the Mini Challenge Club Sport series, which has been sort of revitalised this year, and pretty good grids. And is Lee Campbell coming to the pit lane? Took a tight line through Luffield, and he's heading into the pits to relay to one of his teammates, who would be Charlie Newton-Darby and Andrew Hawes. And there you can see the relay just on the left-hand side of the shot there as the next Cooper S heads out.
Triple A's in 10th place overall, team 60, closing on Boss Cats by about 3 seconds of that. Mini off.
Yeah. 20, I think that is.
That's the one that looked like 20 or 28, the one that had to make the remake the numbers.
It'll be 28 then.
28, yeah.
28B, which is it B or C? I think it might be C. It's got a bit of a mess of numbers unless it's Matt Shears, I think, is the driver there for TRR. And there's a car pulled off there on the
one of the MKs.
Now is it a cup car or is it Stuart Thompson Sports Specials?
Good point. It's 3/4 of the way down the hangar straight on the grass on the inside.
I think it's Stuart Thompson, isn't it?
Yes, car 10.
It's part of Run Baby Run, which is a possible issue for tomorrow. Meanwhile, the 40 team attempt to relay to the stall for the new driver, which is Tom Walpole, and he's struggling now to get an engine in a first gear. So drama here for the third place car. And it's not going anywhere, Mark.
It's not, and a bit like my road car yesterday. sounded awesome, similar.
It's in a bit of an awkward place here as well. It seems to fire up to first gear this time. It has got going, but that's lost about half a minute or so. Well, a couple of the Zs have got together. This is about as many cars that compete in the Z car series. Seemingly, sometimes.
It was the Z car series one for Sergeant Lynch. It is Zephyr. Back in the day. Cars, popular TV is drama.
And it's 64C that I think's got to the front of their little battle, which is Jack Wood. But yeah, I've seen them a couple of times this year. They've got the biggest of grids, and they're even worse at getting their entries on time, because they normally have a couple of cars on their entry list and then they have 3 or 4 added to it afterwards. Both BMW Z4 3-litre cars. Front of the group is Will Hornsey's Peugeot 106, who will be out in hot hatch tomorrow. There's the only MX-5 Mark III, which is Josh Bromley, who's 26 from Derby. Had success in MG Trophy last year before moving up into the MX-5 Super Cup. Very competitive one-make series.
the Cops exit, isn't it, where that Mini is parked with Marshall's attendants.
That's right.
Someone had to cut the curve in there as a gap that diving through to suddenly slim down.
Mark III MX-5, the only car I've driven on a circuit, Marcus, at any kind of speed.
Is this significant? I mean, is this a sort of you're looking to the future?
Not sure. As I think you've had the same issue with finances, the thing that stops things happening, isn't it?
You could say that, yeah.
So this is Stephen's got somebody, I guess, is being taken back after the toilet block.
There are times when your parents suggested you've gone more than once at the golf clubs and hack around or something, and they really enjoy it. Or maybe snooker. Maybe snooker's your thing.
Carry on talking about racing, I think.
Hurricane Barrett. I see it now.
So we've got a live snatch going on at Cops Corner. Marshall's doing a good job, as they always do here at Silverstone. Marcus trying to keep us under green flag racing everywhere where the instant is not.
Yeah, that's right. It's a very strong posse of marshals. It's parked at the end of the pit lane. Actually stopped to ask the marshals something, I think.
Not an ideal place.
No. So a friendly passerby and asked them which way it was to the fuel station.
One of the Hondas, I think.
Yeah, one of the EP3s. The wall pole, two wall poles named on the side of the car. One with a, both had a Union Jack, a Lithuanian flag alongside it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the Lithuanian flag has anything to do with the drive we've got today, or
both wall poles, one had a Lithuanian flag. And then, of course, Tom's been out in that aerial pattern as well, which he loves. Cars are quickly into the season.
All right, yeah.
I went very quickly in.
Battle for 8th position is getting closer between Crappenley and Boss Cax, down to less than 7 seconds of Boss Cax are catching. So that may come into a battle as the race, as the next few laps go on. Assuming pit stops aren't forthcoming. And Run Baby Run dropping down the timing screens now after the Stu Thompson MK pulled off after 85 laps. So they're down to at least 18th now. One of the BMWs here is 6B. Paul Laramie, one of the BMW compacts, with a 2.5 litre engine. I was in a break caught up with Ivan Mares, who's driving a similar car.
He's a great character. Ivan Mares, long time Formula 4 stuff.
Yeah, he was saying how he's trying to look after the brakes because he would quite like to use them tomorrow in hot hats as well as today. But a couple of his teammates don't want to race in the rain today, so he's a little bit rain. He might be doing a long stint at the end. So looking at a very colourful Porsche here, which is 35E, which is many colours. It's driven by Jamie McHugh. It's a Boxster S, part of the Dads and Lads team where we saw Jonathan Walker get eliminated earlier. Jamie McHugh's been racing Porsches for a while, more often front engine cars. He's in a rear engine Boxster today. And at the end of the season as well, I think he transferred to this car. I think we were saying earlier in the season, Mark, how financially low in terms of Porsche racing a Boxster S can be. So there's lots of them nowadays.
Yeah, it's surprising how you see Boxsters for sale, almost pocket money prices in any sort of kind of local paper. It won't be the latest spec and it won't be in its first flush of youth, but if you aspire to owning it, you need to get some expert advice on what you're buying. But if you know someone who's into all that, check one over. They're good years of service for not a huge outcome. Oh, a big wobble from one of the BMWs there. It wasn't exactly a tank slapper, but it was slippery there, clearly.
With 1D, I think, which is Phil White in the Rutec team.
Yeah, Rutex are down in 22nd place in terms of their Team 2.
The Team 1 cars, 43rd. I think the 2 team in the 3 litre cars, where the car 2 team is generally the 1900s. Although I think Phil White's the 1 3 litre car in that team who had that big slide. And it's just ahead of a Honda, many of them on the grid. This is 42A, which is Scott Smith in his Type R. He's 29 from Suffolk, races in Hot Hatch. And he's part of Danny Hobson's team, DH Racing. And he may be passed shortly by Jamie McHugh, who's catching the pair of them. So through the corner goes Scott Smith, the car salesman. And I think he's coming into the pit lane as he takes the tight line out of Luffield corner.
Yep, it's 42A then coming in. That's an EP3.
Battle for 8th position, the gap down to 4 seconds now between Creftonley and Boss Cats. Meanwhile, it's Leo Morel preparing for his next stint. Saw the issues for his teammate Tom Walpole getting out of the pits a few moments ago.
Last lap for 2:27.
Morel's car's going to be well worn in for the Bike Sports finale tomorrow, which he leads the championship to come into the final pair of races. His main rival for the championship, Charles Hall, is in the garage, and he told us a bit of news that he won't be driving his car because it broke yesterday, Charles Hall, so that he's going to have Scott Mattel's car for tomorrow for the Bike Sports finale, which is a car he hasn't driven before. So
Charles Hall, whose father raced extensively in historic Formula 1 cars. Bill Hall.
But Morel looks like he might be going out soon, so a short stint for Tom Walpole. I wonder if there's more problems with that car.
Very short. I think that's indicative of more
but they're not really in contention after the problems or that penalty they got. And they mistake because they didn't realise the car, there was already a car out on the circuit for the team.
Yeah, that cost them dear, didn't it? And looks like they are pretty solidly stuck in third place, having recovered to that position.
Gap between 8th and 9th now 2.8 seconds. So the Box Cats team may gain a position for much longer as Liam Morel does go out. So I wonder if the 40 car came back round or not, because we haven't got a pit in being shown on our timing screen. So I wonder if they think
I haven't seen it sort of in peripheral vision.
I wonder if Tom Walpole's stopped out on the circuit. Hopefully the team haven't made another error.
27 Dayton looks like they're in with the black Ginetta.
There's a Matrim X5 race just going across the line side by side. A couple of Mark 1s. Yes.
Mark 1 started.
That's right. So the next car will be out for a second stint, I think. I think we've had each Ginettas out once, at least. Just gone past the 4-hour mark, so we're into the final third of the race. I've had a handicap update lately. Let's see if one hasn't come in for the last hour, so I think I've been able to give you that as of yet. Because again, the point of the race marks for those handicap results mean a lot more than perhaps they did earlier.
Yeah, exactly. It's indicative of a greater proportion of the race in the sky. It's bright at the moment.
Good luck. expect rain at 4:45, so but we'll see. We've had a good run up to now. That battle for 8th position is now 7/10 of a second, so it may be on this lap that Boss Cats go ahead of Prep and Lay. So we'll see if we can pick up that battle for 8th position between 12 and 54 at some point. So big job for all our cameramen and women this weekend to pick out all the various cars as they go around the circuit. It's difficult enough when we get a nice shot of them, but we're quite a long way away in the camera operators trying to pick out all these massive cars that are coming past constantly.
Team 15, the Davanti Tyres crew on closing in on 33 GPM 3s.
Looks like someone's in the penalty box. Can't quite work out what type of car that is. I think it's heading off. Is it the MX-5?
Yellow MX-5, isn't it? The one with the triple lorry over the top.
Leader's done a 2:09 that time, RSR Motorsports, so James Lay getting pretty close to the fastest lap, only a couple of seconds away. Yeah, we've had a 7-minute lap from the third place car, so presumably that car did get stuck out on the circuit for James Walpole. So both, two of the top 3 teams have had dramas in the last one.
That may be one for Lewis to investigate.
Is that James Walpole with 40 with problems, we think? Up across the line, goes that back to the 8th position. I think the gap is now 3/10 of a second, but Prep and Lay still ahead of the Boss Cats team for 8th. The Prep and Lay team is Russell Dack, Paul Wood, James Card, Jason Westall in BMWs. And the Boss team is Richard Carter, Andy Grant, Jeremy Adams and William Redmond all in Caterhams. And the leading team, RSR Motorsport, I think John McLeod it might be, with Lewis Bills down in the pit lane.
Thank you very much, and I've got John McLeod here. John, it's been a busy day, hasn't it? Come on, tell us your story. Obviously, let's just say that you were in the lead car when you had an incident, and also had to serve a time penalty. Tell us the story.
So there's 2 things that have happened so far this afternoon. I think we're about a lap, maybe 2/3 as well ahead, doing pretty well. Not sure if it's myself or a teammate that is called out for overtaking on the safety car. I know I've just shown you an extensive video, you're a very patient man, of me under the safety car, and I can't understand how they called that. Got within about a half a car's length for the restart, which you'd expect, I think, us to do. And that's the case on both lines, just in case we'd misunderstood the control line. So I'm not really quite sure how it's happened, but we end up with a 60-second stop-go as a result. That's a shame. It's just going to make it a bit closer, I guess.
Yeah, I can verify that. I've actually seen your on board where you did keep behind the Fiesta. You might have overlapped by a foot, but no more than that. And certainly you didn't overtake them till the second line, because the first line we were discussing is the timing line. If the control line was the second one, you're still behind him.
A Radical's so much quicker than a Fiesta. You absolutely choose where to overtake it. There'd be no reason to do it anywhere near the control line. It's not a necessary thing. And if you're what are we talking about, 300 seconds or something in the lead, or 200 odd seconds, whatever it is in the lead, you don't need 1 second. So yeah, I don't know, but anyway, look, the Masters do a good job. Something's happened, not quite sure what it is. At least it makes the race itself a bit closer. And then unfortunately, getting past somebody, Maggots Beckett's, they've been overtaking somebody. I think maybe they were concentrating on the guy on their left. There were blues. I don't know, maybe he thought the blue was for him going past the slower car. He didn't see me. He pulls right. There's only gravel if I go to the right of him. I couldn't do anything about it. It's taken a starter motor out and one of the uprights. That should be fixed for us to have a second stint towards the end. And we're already a lap ahead, so hopefully we can keep that. We seem to be doing okay lap-wise. All 3 of us are all doing well in terms of lap times. So hopefully we can keep that gap, go out for the last stint, have a better second stint.
So yeah, I know. So Yeah, really trying time, but you seem to be sort of well in control of your emotions at the moment. I know they were a bit hot when you got out of the car, understandably, but you know, you won 4 times. This could be the 5th. Yeah. And you're what I call a Birketteer. You know your way around, and I've seen the video and proves it.
This race is about really calmly, clinically getting through the traffic. That's what it's about, and you leave a little bit of extra room that you would normally say in a radical race, because you know you've got it. You know you've got the brakes in one of these cars just to have a little bit extra on the brakes if somebody does turn in on you. There's really, you know, it's straightforward as long as you stay out of trouble. This afternoon, trouble found me, so it may not be as straightforward as I'd like it to be. But yeah, if I can get a 5th win today, that would be so cool. That'd be so cool.
Okay, John, good luck. And yeah, I can see the team out the back there. Can we get a picture out the back? The team is working on hard in trying to fix the car. Looks like they've done an upright. I know they were trying to do the starter motor. So anyway, John, best of luck.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Hope to see you at the end.
You will. Thanks.
Look forward to it. Thanks very much, and back to the commentary, boys.
Thanks, Lewis. A few updates on one of the leading car. Here is the Boss Cats car. That is up to 8th position now, so that pass has happened.
Yeah, it's 100th of a second on the timing line.
But well, presumably they are fully ahead now.
Yes, you would feel so.
I think the BMW that I was battling with has had a bit of a drama in traffic. I think it's Andy Grant who's at the wheel, who's from Norfolk. He's got a 2.4 litre Ford engine power in that Caterham, which I don't think is what Caterham had in mind when they originally designed it. That's what you can do with a car which concept art just goes back so far, but it's been such a successful car for motor racing.
Well, they've just had that big anniversary, haven't they, for the Caterham? 50 years of Caterham, or whatever, 60 years of Caterham, 112 years of Caterham. It was a big celebration recently, and it was in September, wasn't it, at Donington?
That's right.
And one of the drivers actually came up, did his race, won it in the morning, and then came to Croft and did a stunning race at the end of the afternoon.
Yeah, they're 20 plus Caterham races. I think all the Caterham Motorsport races named by the sports car clubs.
Steve Russell, wasn't it?
Yeah, he did the CSCC racing one rather than Caterham Motorsport race. But yeah, so many Caterhams that race in Britain. Still, 67F is the Audi TT driven by Tony Rogers for TSR Performance through Stowe Corner.
Dutch Tango Orange.
Yeah, that Pratt Lady lost 14 seconds on that lap to the Boss Cats team, so that wasn't. It was a pass, and they pull away very rapidly.
There could also have been an element of deflation.
So yeah, that's another one of the Audi TTs. There must be about 10 or so on the grid, I think, today.
Oh, the Pratt G Sport team came in. That's what it's done. That's what's happened.
It was deflation. Strange a bit, eh? Lost this battle. Let somebody else have a go. Caterham weighs less than half of the BMW M3, doesn't it? So making their speed very differently to one another.
Yeah, the Caterham 7 evolved. The Lotus 7 concept, obviously, and Graham Nern, son Robert after him, and then various other owners, etc. Done a fantastic job with their racing over the years. They really are sensational to drive.
Simon Lambert runs the Motorsport Championships, which probably got some of the closest racing in the UK. It's pretty frenetic. You ever done a Caterham racing?
I have at Brands, which I do very well in. A great one at Donington in 1990. Fabulous pathway with John Milicevic, local garages from Foster's Booth up the road here from Silverstone, and Robert Nern. And we had different engines in the cars, and each was a different one. And I mentioned that I managed to win it, and break the lap record. But I did one at Spa. That was more entertaining.
Yeah,
fabulous one at Spa. Dyson with Nick Hyde of Radical fame. It was 2 half-hour races back to back. Didn't even get out of the car to win the race. You went into the old pit lane with the white vista through Eau Rouge and up over Rallyon. and I think they put a board behind us and then glunged another tank full of fuel in. Then we're all way down to the grid again, and another half hour. I've never done so much overtaking in an hour. Not even the M25.
This is Simon Major we're watching in his Volkswagen Sirocco. He's from Bicester.
You never miss that. I'm in a hurry. Sort of curve it green.
He was the British Asphalt Rally Champion in 2015. But now races on circuits. Have you done rallying, Marcus? Or is that something you've left to one side?
I've sat in the passenger seat of a rally car. I've driven a couple of rally cars. They rather terrifies me.
Okay, we have a handicap order at 4 hours, and it's led by Team 7, which is Team 348, the name, and it's Simon Simon Hopcroft Lopez, Freddie Tatham and Matthew Highcock who lead by just under a lap from 58 RAF Motorsport, which is Alex Smith, Alex Waldeck, James Flynn, David Russell and Cy Frowen. Third is 44, which is one too many, which is Louis Woodward, Toby Partridge and Richard Phillips, and two of the 116 trophy teams in the top three. Fourth is 45, which is the three amigos, Paul Hinson, David Drinkwater and Adam Reed. Fifth is number 9, which is Bad Boy Tuning, which is Charlie Newton Darby, Andrew Halls and Lee Campbell. And then in 6th is 69, which is Stand 2, which is Sam Holman, Warren McKinley, John Waters, Martin Crompton, Jeff Moser and Ash Miller to complete the top 6. There's 3 116 trophy cars in the top 6.
And what's the gap between them?
Between those 6, well, the leader's a lap ahead, but it's not a full lap, sort of half a lap, and then the next 9 are all on the same lap. So very small, basically.
So any kind of slip could have a major effect on that.
And that's after 4 hours. That's pretty up to date. 15 minutes ago. So hopefully we might get a handicap result 15 minutes after the end of the race with a bit of luck, so we can, while we're on air, give the result out. So 105 laps done by RSR Motorsport, the leaders.
We're still on for 150 laps. That seems to be the way at halfway.
So I can say 100 at 2/3. Yeah, that'd be 150 again, wouldn't it? So roughly there. Here are our handicap leaders then, and it is Matthew Highcock at the wheel. He has probably been the most successful driver in the 116 trophy this year. He's 27. He's from Greater Manchester. He's a mechanic. Only started racing last year, but he won 3 of the 116 trophy races this season.
He looked like he might also have been a wildlife conservator. He had that small rodent nestling in his front wheel in the pits, which the cameraman managed to capture earlier on.
So yeah, he's been a quick young driver, has Matt. So only his 2nd season of racing. Turns through Cox Corner. Our handicap race leader after 4 hours. Heading down now towards the Beckett Sesses. They may not be the quickest cars, but they're pretty reliable, pretty consistent. It's very sideways as it goes into Beckett there, so I imagine that first left right probably flat out in one of these.
4th place, Capture Motorsport leading class B. They've made a pit stop, and Dayton Motorsport, their pursuers, best part of a minute behind them.
It was a minute and a half, I think, when we looked at that last. That Cappy's coming down, and that is for the best of the production-based cars as well, behind the 3 Radicals. It's Matthew Highcock found himself pretty clear bit of track to race on. Got nobody immediately in front or behind. Heading down towards the Vale. Nowadays using the full Grand Prix circuits, not using the historic cut-through. Up the curb and then turn right into Club Corner, which is a very different corner to what it was only when everything got remodified. It was one long radius corner, where now it's sort of two sections, isn't it, Club Corner nowadays?
Yes, absolutely. The turn in and then the sort of the hard stop and the left in the Vale, and then up through what is a very long right-hander at club. Dark overhead.
Oh, the phone app said 1:45, didn't it, a little while ago? And another app I was shown said in the next hour we're going to get 20 millimetres of rain, which is a fair amount.
Yeah, that's 4/5 of an inch.
4:30 it's saying now, the update. So I think this heavy rain might be appearing before initially was forecast. I know in Essex, back at home, we've got a weather warning for tonight, so I'm not sure if that extreme rain's going to reach here as well.
We've had torrential rain overnight the last couple of nights in Bournemouth.
41C in second position is Matthew Jones.
That's a works Bentley, isn't it?
It's got quite a nice livery on it, hasn't it?
34D having a spin, one of the Porsches.
That is driven by Clayton Sampson. He's from Milton Keynes, so local circuit. He's racing Sports 2000s before, Bernie's V8s. This is a 1995 968 Sports. Still got its number plate on. See, I just noticed on some of the Marshall boards that now they can show black and white flags all the way around the circuit.
Yes, you can see those on the screens. I was commentating here a couple of weeks ago from Beckett's, and there's a repeater screen just before the bridge. That's really helpful on the Wellington Straight using the national layout.
I guess that might be due to some of the Formula 1 demands for the extra technology, but it's a good system, isn't it? That?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it works well. And of course, you've got those repeater boards for the coloured flags as well, the yellows and greens and things.
Just saw the Rover 220 Tomcats of Andrew Burns, one of the old Tomcat Cup cars from the mid-1990s.
Yeah, it's one of those lives near us. It's in the front garden. I don't think I've ever seen it move.
Bonnet's flapping a little bit. Just put a lap there on Louis Woodward, one of the other front runners in the 116 trophy. And another person competing for the handicap result.
One of the Jaguars, the ladies' Jaguars coming in, Formula Women. It's the car that started the race, the one that's sort of the mint toothpaste coloured.
There's 3 cars in the top 13 have just done personal best laps, which includes the Prep and Lay car doing a 2:16.71, which is much quicker than we've really seen any other production-based car go in this race. 2:19s, 20s, 21s we were talking about earlier. So that's impressive. Not sure who's out there. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Jason. Well, Jason West is pretty quick. James Card's pretty quick too. I'd imagine it's one of those two front runners in the Kuma BMW series. They're in powerful M3s.
I'd be interested to know whether we can pick that car up, number 12, on our screens at some point. It's a non-standard colour for an MGZR.
Leon Wignall, I believe, the driver.
Tiny Bell ice cream pink.
Got one of the Zs ahead, which is 62 in the smallest numbers you could possibly find on the windscreen. 62C, which is Kieran Power. He's from Surrey, former quad motocross racer, which sounds pretty frightening.
Ooh, big lock-up for the 44A.
Louis Woodward, front runner, race winner in 116 trophy. He's from Gloucester.
He's just been zapped on the inside of club by the Wignall. And the Jaguar's got a shift on, which is 23B now.
That is Steph Saw. Yeah, we were talking about Freddie Flater earlier. I think Steph was one of his mechanics or engineers, so he's not just a driver.
Had a Golf cut the corner massively, go way off over the curbs, and it's picked its way back on. It may well have been 67A, but went wide out of
Robellic corner. Robellic, the driver. Be interested to keep an eye on that Jaguar lap times now that Steph's in it.
Yeah, it looks to be the quickest it's been going all race. And that too is just the Jags, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, they've brought the Lotus swivel, but they're not using it, unfortunately. We saw that in Ditchmarsh, and I saw that at the last round of GT Cup. It sounds really nice. It's a really good sounding car.
They have run it and raced it, haven't
the Lotus is.
Yeah,
they run the last couple of rounds of GT Cup,
isn't it?
Yeah, it's interesting that they're sort of doing it like with Formula One rather than doing it as a work notice program for their first races.
Yeah, it looks like a Ferrari with the Lotus badge.
But yeah, it sounds good. It doesn't sound like a Ferrari, but it sort of pops about.
No, it looks fabulous. But that's really going well now, the 23. So what's
Look, just waiting for the lap time to come through on this screen, which 2 minutes 59. That's actually out lap on the pits then.
Right.
So that's going to be the next one because she's been passing cars.
This looks really committed in comparison to anything we've seen previously from the team. This is the car that got damaged early in the race, a bit of contact there, but it was only a cosmetic. This is going away from some quick stuff in the straight line.
Yeah, Steph Saw, I believe, was the #1 engineer for Freddie Slater's Ginetta Jr.
Okay.
So she's obviously pretty good at running the car as well as driving. Well, certainly one of the main engineers at least. With our racing. And then part of this Formula Woman program. Like she'd race Mazda MX-5s a little bit as well. Sponsored by Bayliss and Harden. So I think she must both have quite a good relationship with the Slater family. Well, I guess if you're helping him win his first car championship, and look, actually blasting past cars there, so we'll keep an eye on Steph's lap times.
Look for some special sort of bathroom products in a sort of a Jaguar XE-shaped pack. I think maybe that's the next thing we'll look for.
David Russell's been out for a long time, hasn't he? So
Yes.
I feel like he went out when I was last on, and possibly he's been out since then.
Yeah, it does look the car, doesn't it? Since it's got this really attractive colour scheme on it.
Slightly concerned that car alongside it, if it would still look like that, but it does. And look at that car, of course, running on synthetic fuels as well. So obviously that fuel is not just quick, but economic as well. Which is all good, because that may well be how motor racing goes in the future.
Much prefer to see us running on that kind of fuel on road cars than other options right now.
Yeah, I think a few things that have happened with other forms of power over the last year or so have probably put anybody off who may have been leaning in one direction or the other, not sure where to go.
So nothing of the increased insurance costs of electric cars that I've been reading about recently.
And there was a fire in Formula E testing this week, and they had problems at Liddon Hill in the summer.
They crossed, didn't they? With the car absolutely wiped out.
That Golf again had a big moment. The Robotic car locked up its front leg.
And that looks like it's pretty slippery down there, doesn't it? Whoa! I breathed in here on the swivel chair and sort of.
Andy Wynn, the driver of the very sideways BMW.
And he went off out over the line on the exit there as well. So
Steph's ordered a 2:28 on that lap.
What's that team's best lap?
2:25. Now I'm not sure if that's when she was in it earlier or when Elisa Seville was in. So this is the Golf that was smoking. You two had a moment last lap.
Yeah.
Then it had another one into Cox, and then cars behind it had a moment. So is this dropping fluid on the track? Wonder. Rob Alec, the driver for TSR.
He's had quite an afternoon with the TT braking. Just broken once already. That's broken again.
Yeah, there's this big fluid line behind, so he's dropping fluid on the road, on his tyres as well. That's why he's having big moments. But I think cars behind might be having moments on whatever fluid is going down. So don't follow his line. I think
expect some more spins of Sana coming out the outside there.
And Anton Landon, that is.
Yeah.
So he's got past, so now he's ahead of the fluid, so he can not worry about that any longer. But this car is carrying on and causing problems to the track surface, possibly. Because even if you're offline, you're on somebody's line in this race, aren't you? Because no one's really using a racing line. No, because you're always passing others. Now into Abbey, which is a very quick corner. You can see that whatever it is dropping out of the back of the car.
Yeah, it's making it difficult to hold on sometimes.
Well, it's hoping to make it back to the pit lane. Not sure how many cars they've got left since they've lost the Audi and they're losing this car. And
We've also got Mark Jones, Harry Yardley Rose and Mark Williams in the team as well.
Yeah, it was Mark Jones who had some problems earlier on in this car. Put it into the gravel on the exit of Club an hour or so ago. BM3s and the Advantage tyres 33 and 15 battle continues. See Legacy in 21, also in Class B, is closing rapidly on EST performance.
Lots of cars coming down towards Brooklands here. Caterham between a couple of much bigger cars. BMW down the inside looked enormous in comparison to the little Caterham. And into the pit lane, unsurprisingly, comes Rob Ellick with that problem, as does Louis Woodward, one of the front runners on handicap. Now window wipers on for the number 1A BMW for Rutec Racing. That's Martin Roach, who was a winner here last year, so Martin was part of the winning team 1 year ago at this event. And he's turning his way behind the Rover and the Honda. Fighting at the wheel, you think there, Marcus?
No, he's just leaning into the corner there, trying to get the maximum apex speed.
He's not past the Honda.
And it passed the EP3. Oh, a big spin for one of the Ashgood Porsches.
Yeah, so that car will get back going.
That was a Hamilton, wasn't it?
Abbey, I think.
Was it?
The Hamilton's a different track, I think. Well, Hamilton Straight, if I know it.
Straight.
Yeah. I spent so much time in Snetterton over the last month.
Yes, there is a Hamilton.
Yes, that's right. Well. That's what was confusing me.
The old Tomcat's pretty quick. There's sort of bonnet chattering.
Yeah, the Tomcat, I think, got a 2-litre turbo. Had a 1-make series for a couple of years. The MG Rover got quite a lot of money to on-make racing for a little bit, didn't they?
They were sort of, I'm not sure that they matched Renault's spec.
Yeah, I guess most famously was the MGF Cup, which supported the British Grand Prix 1 year.
There's the 50th anniversary, I think, next year of Renault UK Motorsport.
Yeah.
Going back to the store Renault 5 championships won by the Mancunian fender bender, Neil McGrath, who was pretty much unbeatable, I think. Very quick. Oh, that's the Fiesta that had the wheel bearing issues this morning.
The Zach Speed Fiesta in the gravel at Beckett's.
That's team 14, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Intersport Racing 2. Shares that team with John Copton and Tommy Grout and Matthew Skidmore and Christopher Putch as well.
Yeah, that's had all kind of.
Now, one of the radicals, did that come from the penalty bay?
Looked like it did.
It might be Morale, so there's the 40 team there, out of contention anyway for a win. Trying to hang on to an overall podium.
RJ40 is into the Motorsport 40s in the pits.
Into the penalty bay briefly. Paul Hinson back out there in 45A for the Three Amigos, battling for handicap honours, trying to get a third victory. And then Paul Hinson doing Hot Hatch and Club Enduro is the plan tomorrow in his 3-litre car. There's the Clio driven by Brad Burns for Area Motorsport, who are 11th on the scratch order.
Yeah, and 4th in Class B.
There's Hinson down the inside of I think a 944. Brad Burns going with him. This car's a full Clio Cup specification. I'm not sure if this is a car Brad Burns used to race in the Clio Cup. Good car, got 3 abreast, pretty slow BMW on the tight line there was Middleton from Yorkshire in a BMW 328i.
Well, we're inside an hour and a half to run now, so we're into the last quarter of the 2023 Ollie Birkett 6-hour relay race.
So there goes Stuart Middleton. I'm sure we've got a problem on it.
BMW's in that the chocolate limes colour. Spoiled sweet with chocolate centre.
It's carrying on, so obviously not a problem. It's hard to tell if it's a... And there's lots of different cars around, if it's a car issue, it's just the speed of each machine.
Lots of speed differential.
Fiesta with Marshall Power trying to get it out of the gravel. That gravel track does catch a few cars at the processes. Now there's the 4th place car of Capture, just ahead of the 7th place car of Darkside. So there's a lap between them now. And it is 66D, which is Mark Grice. He was in the car when I was on last. Presumably he's been in the pit since then.
That's the Brian Branson BMW, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jazz Tapper was slowed earlier on. Problems.
They've had a few issues, that team, haven't they? It's a team of quick drivers and quick cars. It's not quite gone probably the way they would have hoped. Mazda 7.
There's the front wheel arch, the right hand side.
Not at the angle it once was. Or there at all, I don't think. 20B?
It's gone AWOL. Mind you, there was that point where there was a black wing that was dropped earlier on the race.
Steve Kimber, the driver. For the pit lane, surely.
Steve Kimber didn't last very long earlier on.
He's got 2 races to do tomorrow, hopefully. And yeah, unsurprisingly, he's coming into the pit lane too. Quite often we get a field shot and someone ends up coming into the pit lane. JCB on hand to help out. Steve Kimber then into the pits. As the others will ask past the pit lane to start another lap, including James Mumbraid there.
There's Brad Burns well off on the right hand side of the Wellington Straight, Clio.
Is it getting back up to speed or not?
Doesn't look like it.
No, this car ran 11th on the scratch positions. So was he off the track because he was getting out of the way with a problem?
Could we didn't see. What we saw was him kind of running parallel to the track and then resuming that area.
I think this may have been a slow lap, so I suspect that'll be another car heading for the pit. It's that point of the race where there's not so many cars left. 58A, this is the RAF Motor Racing team looking for an outright victory. They were high up on the handicap. This is Alex Smith, who's had success in the Armed Forces Racing Challenge this year. Alex is a mechanical aircraft technician in his 3rd season of racing and won this event 2 years ago. Hoping for another win. And Trevor Gregory telling us that his team only has 1 car left, so they're getting it re-prepared for the last stint, I think. They lost to Morgan, didn't they, earlier on? The Ginetta, the Tidmarsh and Webster Ginetta, I saw on the back of a flatbed at one point, so potentially the only car left is William Hornsey's Peugeot. So Trevor's got some time off now to relax on his strategy. But the MK was sideways there, that looked like it's about to lose a
guard down there on the outside, sort of rubber remnants, hard cornering.
Yeah, Trevor's team is 69th at the moment, so it's not in last. Heiner and the Mini Kievs, I don't know if they've got any cars that are still going. Because that's the one we saw. We think Matt Shears is Mini Cooper S off at Cops.
Presumably it's Mini Kiev these days. It's, now we hear a lot about the city, don't we?
Yeah, right. Good point. So yeah, those two are about 10 laps behind anybody else.
That was close.
Alex Smith really squeezed past the Porsche at Marcus.
Yeah, past the sort of the Nurofen box Porsche, purple and orange.
Jess Wilkinson, the driver of that one. Alex Smith just taking no prisoners at this stage because he knows he's battling for the handicap victory and each second could matter.
27 looks like Axel van Nederveen back out again in the white Janetta.
They're 52 seconds ahead of Automic Racing, so the MKs are still in that battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, too far behind. And of course if it rains it's sort of going to throw it up in the air who's quick and who's not.
Anything could happen, and probably will.
Front-wheel drive cars tend to have the advantage. I think the car in the background, that was Jasmine Norman's Audi, who we heard from earlier. Yeah, that one there, so the one without sort of rear wing, which the other ones have. But I think the Army, a little bit further down the order, yeah, the 67th one scratch, which I'm sure they'd hope to be a bit higher than that. So there goes Jasmine Norman, who's 23, she's a mechanic for the Army, she's from Wiltshire.
Yeah, she's based in Newcastle Coombe, isn't she? Which is why she's been entered in a few of the races there. Oh, flapping body on 32. Which is that Booth?
Couldn't quite tell. Perhaps get another shot of that in a minute.
Crash helmet with the white stripes over.
Could be then. So he's not affected his lap time. He was a second quicker than the Janetta team on that lap. There's Jasmine Norman again. And here is, yeah, it's Booth, isn't it?
Yep.
In the MK. Now they've got a light on the roll cage as well. It's another team that have taken that idea. So down the Hanger Straight goes Matthew Booth. He was the 2019 F1000 champion, 2016 Sport Specials champ, and 3 Mazda Mark 1s are together.
See the Davanti Sirocco arrived going really quickly and just suddenly locked up because the one of the lead Radical had come in just ahead of it and was slowing, I guess, for that sort of speeding line.
Yes, that was coming in past our commentary books into the pit lane.
Yeah.
So this Mazda MX-5 battle that's emerged is Danny Grist, 70B, 47E is in there too, which is Andrew Robinson. And there's a third Mazda that's trying to make its way up the inside and successfully does so. Is 49. I didn't quite catch the letter. And then there's a couple of Audi TTs coming past now, which should come with more power. Jasmine Norman's been passed by the 67. The 67 have got another car out. So that would be either Hammer Yardley Rose or Rob Elliott / Tony Rogers. The Audis have got 1800 turbos, I think. 14D coming through, one of the BMWs driven by Tommy Grout for Intersport 2. Yeah, 67D is the Audi, so that is Hammer Yardley Rose, who have got past that chunk of traffic. There's another Audi TT, and then Jasmine Norman's off. There's 3 of them all together. Well, unfortunately for Jasmine, she's had a bit of a moment, but this is going to be very different, isn't it? Racing in the Armed Forces Challenge, which has similar cars, and the Carscombe GT Championship, I think it's fair to say, have huge into the grid. Coming into this race, Marcus, is going to, in your first season of racing.
Well, here you've got everything. You're in a middling car in that it's not one of the quickest, it's not one of the slowest. Therefore, you've actually got to be doubly aware of what's going on because you can get ambushed very easily.
Another personal best for the Pratt & Lay team, a 2 minutes 16.08, and they're only 8 seconds behind Darkside, and we'll have 10 seconds quicker on that lap. And Aviation, is that a Spitfire? Is a Spitfire. Yeah. Spitfire or Hurricane is always difficult to tell apart.
Generally, the Spitfires have the elliptical wings, and the Hurricanes don't.
Yeah, Dad's been trying to teach me.
The shape is different. Of course, I went up in the Spitfire at Goodwood at the end of August, just before just before the Goodwood revival meeting, and one of the most awesome experiences of my life.
Yeah, it's a good race and all sport about that if people want to read more about it.
It was great fun to do, and just extraordinary. 27 litre Rolls-Royce V12 Merlin engine, and so few of them left. More than 20,000 made, of which there are a few dozen airworthy in the world these days.
You normally see them fly over Brands Hatch, but not often you see
There's a
them
couple
fly
run
here.
out of somewhere down in Kent, Ashford Way, and you can also fly them at Biggin Hill. There's a car spinning off on the outside, a yellow car, and you saw that, and I wonder why suddenly, there you go, 53F, one of the TRC Beachcomber team.
Lee Rickard.
Lee Rickard, isn't it? Yeah.
So we saw the car drop fluid, that was a while ago, but it's cut corner slipperier than before. Meanwhile, we've got the latest handicap from, 15 minutes ago. Again, it's been published nice and quickly, and it's 58, the RAF Motorsport team that are leading. They were second, they now lead. Alex Smith has been in that team recently, but he shares with Alex Waldeck, James Flint, Dave Russell and Ty Frowen.
Yeah, he's in the Honda
Integra,
isn't he?
Second is 7, which is Team 348, which I think is Matthew Highcott now, which he shares with Freddie Tatham and Simon Croft Lopez. And third is 65 Area Motorsport, but we did see that from for Brad Burns a few moments ago. Josh Files, Cam Elder, Luke Handley and Rob Baker also in the team. Fourth is 45, the Three Amigos. So that's David Drinkwater, Paul Hinson, who's out at the moment, and Adam Reed. Fifth is number 9, which is Bad Boy Tuning, the minis of Charlie Newton Darby, Andrew Hawes and Lee Campbell. And then in 6th position is 36, which is Capitol. There's another car off, and Capitol is Fernando Gattino, Andy Baker, Gary Martin and Warren Allen.
Tommy Grout in 14D has just had a pretty good old spin.
Yeah,
so we've suddenly seen 5 or 6 cars spin off and most rejoin in the last 10-15 minutes.
That's right. So don't think it's raining at all, although this is the time we were expecting the rain to arrive.
I've seen no wipers in action.
No, we had that one, didn't we? I think that must have been probably more of an error, and it was the only car.
Good effort to clear some oil off the windscreen. You mustn't do that, but
so let's see if there's an update on this 430.
How's the Jaguar the Jaguar team doing?
So when Steph Still got in, they were 60th, and they are now 55th. And she's done another 228. So I wonder if Eliza Seville, who started, did the 25, and then because again she's the other one with experience really, and Steph Still's just in traffic, well, only a couple of seconds slower.
That's in the other car, yes, but they're in
different cars.
But
they're the two quickest drivers
would appear, yeah.
And she is only lost the line. She's 8 seconds behind the next car, lapping 18 seconds quicker. 48 Mazda Deuce.
Going in the right direction, here we go. And this is Steph Saw in 23.
And it's a Mazda.
Going past the black Mazda.
So that could be for position.
What was that, 28 or something? It's got a fleeting glimpse of
I think it could have been 26. Which
it will have been, it's the distance.
And that was 2 places in front of her at the start of the lap, 19 seconds. So she's got 19 seconds in half a lap. And so presumably she's up to 53rd now.
Yeah, this is a very good performance from Steph Saw. 23B.
Quite crunchy, isn't it? We can just hear that in the back of the
lots of GGs, that's for sure.
So 6 or 8 cylinder car, I'm not sure. For Jaguar XE Project 8, does the 8 stand for 8 cylinders? Quite possibly. Graham Glue running the team.
It's all bandaged from where it went off earlier on, or had a little bit of a collision. but it was only cosmetic, they were saying.
Here we go. Yeah, it's got a 5 litre V8. This car, it's 4-wheel drive.
Just got lots of heavy hitting stuff in it.
Only 300 cars were made, so it's quite.
2 of them are here.
That's right.
50th of the stock of Jaguar XE Project 8s are here.
150 grand, that road one.
Steel. 47E just staying out of the way, very nicely.
And Jaguar tell you their power in things I don't understand. It's got 600 PS.
Förderstärken, horsepower.
So, how does PS translate to horsepower? It is the same, isn't it?
Förderstärken, horsepower.
I see.
Horse strength.
Oh, apparently 1 horsepower is 0.986.
I think that's close.
So it's got.
As Rolls Royce would say, adequate.
So what did I say? I can't remember now. Because I said 600 or something. A lot, like you say. Probably one of the most powerful cars, cars on the grid. But equally, it's probably one of the heaviest cars on the grid as well.
Significantly grunty, but yes, as you say, it's weighs a bit.
We now know more about the Jaguar. He's got parking back out in the Gulf. Yeah. Presumably he's going to the end, going off of
That was his intention, yes. His brother did 2 hours and 57 or something like that.
And Team 348, one of the front runners in the handicap, Lewis Bills, has headed down to the pit lane and he's caught up with a member from the team.
Thanks very much. Here we are down in Garage 2C, that's it. And I'm with Freddie Tatum from Team 348. Now, what is Team 348? How did you get to that number?
Simple maths is what that is. 116 times 3. It's not a Ferrari. Yeah, that's as simple as that. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're running the BMW 116s, and whoa, you've just been knocked off the top of the handicap result, or should I say, or list, whatever. Classification, that's the word. So, that's a pretty good go.
Yeah, not bad. The RAF, is it RAF? Army, whoever they are, the military.
RAF, you're right.
They're involved in the 116 heavily as well. So, yeah, bit of rivalry, bit of gamesmanship on their part, I think, with the quicker cars, but let's see what happens. Got to finish first. Still got another 80 minutes to go, are we? 70 minutes to go.
Yeah, are you out again?
The plan isn't to be, but let's see, we're pushing our luck with fuel. So 116 trophy is normally a 90-minute race. There isn't normally a lot left after 90 minutes. I've just done a 2-hour stint to try and get Matt Highcock, who's currently in the car, who's quick. Hopefully he can do a 2-hour, just less than, and get to the end.
So you might want a safety car or two just to help you out.
A safety car would be very handy, yeah. I wouldn't have done, I think 2 hours 16 my stint, which there was 2 safety cars in that, which couldn't have done it without. But yeah, we'll see. The sun's setting, it's getting a bit cooler. Who knows? Who knows?
If it was to rain, do you have rain tyres, or are they all-weather tyres?
Yeah, so we run in the trophy Nankan NS2Rs. There's a gentleman's agreement. We've got some Rain Sport 5 with us. They don't, not much better unless it's biblical than the Rain Sports work. If not, with the amount of rubber and how grippy the circuit is now, we'll probably just go out of the NS2Rs and have a bit of fun, a few crowd pleasers, and yeah, try and keep it on the black stuff.
That's good, like you say. Those RAF boys, they won it 5 times, so you're up against a really tough team.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, there's plenty of awards out there. We've got the old BMW, we've got Class A. Bit of silverware would be nice to win it overall. I think we're probably pushing our luck now, if we're honest. But
okay, Freddie,
we live and hope.
All right, Freddie, best of luck.
Cheers, mate.
Thanks very much. Back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Lewis. So more news there, Marcus, for how long a 116 can last. And have we had a safety car since Matt's been out there? Not sure we have. So they may be hoping for that. But equally, if the rain comes, you're not going to do as many laps in.
No.
Which
on 122 laps now of the lead car, with an hour and 6 minutes to go.
We're on board here with 1 something, 11? 11, so this is the Lock Stocks and Two Smoking Tyres Toyota team of Adam Lockwood, Jim Mew and Sean Trainer, heading down the International Straight, the Hamilton Straight, and into Abbey Corner. There's a BMW up the inside, which means the Toyota driver has to adjust its line. 2 more BMWs come past by the next corner.
Sitting duck with those threes.
Another car on the outside, see in the rearview mirror. Toyota just as quick into the corner than out of the corner. It's a Lotus, isn't it, that goes around the outside, which is Ben McCauley, I think.
Looks like it. Is there a tow available, I wonder? Certainly hold the Lotus in a straight line, Toyota.
They've got 1800, haven't they?
Break later in the MR2.
The Lotus is a bit lighter.
I'd say so.
Change of direction, it's better. Ben McCauley there for all's clear. 65 minutes on the clock. Daffy Motorsport just done a personal best.
Yeah, 52 Interceptor racing. Last lap of 2:27 is quicker than the next 4 cars ahead of them. Only 3 seconds adrift of 6/7 in car 17. Car's number 17.
It's going 9 seconds quicker.
So Interceptor, who's in for that now?
Not sure. We've seen that one lately, haven't we?
We had Russell Humphrey in it for a while. Ooh, speed differential as the Radical came herring round the outside of the MR2 at Maggots, just down into Birkett, barely slow. And the left of Maggots will be flat, the right will be pretty damn close, I would have thought. And at that point you then have to think about organising the car for the next left, the next right, and then get hard on the power again. But what it has done, as you can see, it's created probably 150 metres, 200 metres maybe between the Corny Lotus and the
Prep and Lay, after that quick stint, have pitted, so they've dropped back to 8th since then, back behind Darkside Developments. Lots of changes going on in the pit lane.
Lots of racing, still lead Class A on scratch, and Class 18 they're closing on point 2. That's just to the end of an outlap, by the looks of things, a 308 outlap.
And Bad Boy Tuning, one of the leaders on the handicap.
Yeah, they were in 5th, I think, the last call. Here's the 23 Jag, still pushing on hard.
Steph Store, I think, was 55th. She's now 48th.
Blimey.
So she's passed 12 cars in the stint. And that last up with a 2:31, but traffic induced, I suspect. She's going 11 seconds quicker than the next car. And she's steadily progressed.
I think a candidate for interview for Lewis when he's back down there.
Yeah, we understand there will be another change, but
and then the white and turquoise and pink car will go out until the end of the race. I think it's the black. That's what we've heard.
There's Catcher still in 4th, best of the Bs and out of the production base cars. 50 seconds ahead of Daffy Motorsport now. Lead gap for the race is 1 minute 50, by the way. RSR to RJ. So they've almost made that lap back up since I started this stint. And they almost lost the lead. Tom Smith on our screen zone, his Mazda MX-5, which he shares that team with Danny Grist and Bobby Lee. Only one Mazda still together. Not quite as close as they were a few laps ago. And there's Mark Grice in a long stint in the Seat carving his way through.
So we'll see one of the MX-5s.
Nice, Dexter's into the pit lane, the Jaguar just coming past us.
Okay.
So she's done 3/4 an hour, something like that.
Yeah, I thought so. Very good stint.
And past 12 cars in the stint 4 position, which after 4 to 5 hours of racing is not easy because the gaps are pretty large. So there's Jasmine Norman in our Audi TT with the Lotus of 68A, which is Matthias Radestocks, Elise Cup R specification of car, heading onto the Hanger Straight where there's a mass of cars, including 1A, which is Martin Roach, last year's winner in the Rotec race in BMW Compact. And he will make his way out of Stoke Corner down towards the Vale. Matthew Radstock still not past Jasmine Norman, but just about an hour to go, Marcus, and that's me done. So you'll have Ian to the end.
And Radstock was off the track earlier in the race. What a hugely wide run from the 43 car, the MR2. That was well off track at the exit of Club Corner. And at this point, that's I think Aaron Cook himself driving, because he completed his stint with the Ginetta, hit the maximum number of laps, 26 for that Ginetta early in the race. But he's absolutely on the floorboards as the throttle pedal coming out of Club Corner.
So update on the weather situation is that at 5:05, which is in 18 minutes time, we're expecting rain here, and it will probably then set in until the end of the race. So we'll keep an eye on that. What the radar is suggesting though. And at the moment, what are we on? Just coming up to 10 to 5. So into the last 59 minutes of this race, 16 RSR Motorsport the leader, 41 RJ with Daytona Motorsport second, third number 40 RJ Motorsport, fourth 66 Capture Motorsport, fifth 27 Data Motorsport, 632 Atomic Racing. That's all on scratch. We'll hopefully within the next 10 or 15 minutes have the handicap position updated, but we'll give you that when we get it. But first let's head down to Lewis in the pits.
Well, here we are with William Beach from Capture Motorsport. 4th overall, but first of the what we call the tin top. So pretty good going, William.
Yeah, he's going well out there today. We had a bit of a stint with Ben where a wheel bearing failed, so we had to pit early. So I had to do that stint after that. It was quite a long stint. So Mark's out there now. So we just hopefully hold on to the first overall in the class.
Well, that's it. You're leading Class B as well. Yeah, there's not much hope of catching them radicals in the dry, is there?
Well, no. If it was torrential rain, it would have been interesting, but in the dry, we got no chance.
Yeah, you think you could have pushed them in the wet?
Yeah. We give a good go. It's been done before, hasn't it? So we did give a good attempt.
So, but anyway, that's a good attempt. So, you're here again tomorrow?
Yeah. It's the final of the Club Enduro where we stand third in the championship. So we're hoping to pull that one off and win the championship tomorrow. So you never know.
All right, William. And
sorry, we'd like rain tomorrow, but I've checked the forecast and it's bright sunshine. So
and you're complaining? Oh God.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. Are you enjoying yourself?
Yeah, it's been a great event. Thanks 750 for holding it such very well organised. Hardly any safety cars really for how many cars are out there. But cracking job to the lads at Capture Motorsport, providing a proper good cars for us all.
Yeah, as one of the faster cars, is there anything you have to do? What's it like trying to pass all those cars out there?
Well, trying to stay out of trouble. Yeah, because no disrespect, do you know what I mean? If they come across, they take the racing line, and if you could cause a bit of carnage.
I've spoken to some of the radical boys. They say because they're so low down, a lot of the cars don't actually see them. They have to flash the lights and everything to try to attract their attention. Obviously, TCR cars are good hot hatch, isn't it? A big hot hatch. And you don't have those sort of problems, I take it.
Well, yeah, you do. I nearly, like I said about the slope, do you know what I mean? I nearly swiped a couple of the radicals out because they're just on you straight away and you don't know which way to go.
So the job is to miss them, not they miss you.
That's great, yeah.
All right, William, thanks very much and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thanks, Lewis. And there we can see the Capture Motorsport squad car, number 66, out there on track. And at the moment it is 66D that is out there, which makes it Mark Rice at the wheel at the moment. The car he shares in Club Enduro with Will Beach, who we heard from there. Very brightly liveried car. Certainly stand out in the gathering gloom. It is getting cloudier here at Silverstone and rain expected to say in the next quarter of an hour or so. Still no update on the handicap positions yet, but give that a few minutes and we'll bring those to you. On screen at the moment we've got the 21 car, so that's Team Legacy, and that's the squad that is running in 13th position at the moment. Looked like Aaron Cook, possibly that was, just coming into the pits with the GT86 as well.
I think Aaron Cook was in the MR2 at the end. I think the GT86 has now gone out as the other car.
Beg your pardon. So there's Grice just heading into Cops Corner in that Capture Motorsport car that runs 4th on scratch. There's the Jag from the Formula Woman squad out a little bit further up the road compared to Grice.
It's got a great stance, the TCR, coming down into a Cooper, isn't it? So,
yeah.
Cooper formerly said.
Exactly. And about to pass that big Jag down the out straight if it can, although in a straight line it's not necessarily going to be able to do that. Maybe through the twisty bits it will.
That's kind of, that's what the 600 brake against 300 or something.
Something like that, yeah. But at Stoke Corner it does get through. I can see the Interceptor Racing car, Team 52, is just coming into the pit lane.
So that's 23E now from the Jaguar team. It's
Abigail Chandler.
Abigail Chandler, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, that's the wheel of that one. And just behind you is that pit 321. Down the international pit straight, Hamilton straight they go, towards Abbey. Abbey going into Abbey there, isn't it? I suppose.
So we did there.
And so I think she's going to. Oh, there we've got the snatch vehicle.
Understeered off.
It's appeared to have done it. Is it going to rescue someone at farm? Maybe was it just taking back to position? I suspect it's going to. There's somebody there that needs a recovery.
Proving difficult for the BMW to see off the Jag, because every so often the Jag gets to a straight pitch.
Exactly. And Damien Bradley is at the wheel of that car. So this is 23E that we're now on board with. So this is Abigail that we're with now, I think. Yep, that would be right, wouldn't it? So there'll be a BMW somewhere buzzing around it, just behind it maybe, as she heads along the Wellington Straight. Now that's where the snatch vehicle was going to.
Rootec car.
It is the Rootec Racing's BMW Triers car. So that's the team of Martin Roche, Soap Lemon Eve, Philip Adcock and Phil White.
That's 1A.
Yeah, so in that case it's Martin Roche, isn't it, who was one of the winners on handicap last year in the Rootec Racing's BMW compact team, along with Martin Gadsby and Colin Whitehouse.
Is that it's a Roche family team, isn't it?
Rootec, yeah, that's right. A few cars heading down pit lane, as you can see.
And you can see the lights diminishing and the headlights coming on now.
Yeah, they are
Gosh.
shining a little brighter, aren't they, as the sun goes down, the cloud cover looms over Silverstone. And there's one of the radicals going through. They're still well out in front. There's 3 laps between the third radicals and the first of the tin tops.
RSR team still showing us in the pit, or having pitted, and that's with 51.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, so we'll see See if they emerge in the lead, which they were expected to. John McLeod keen to get another win. He was a little bit grieved after something that went on earlier on in the race. But yes, on the screen at the moment they're showing us being a minute 40 ahead, which is about 3/4 of a lap, just a little bit more than 3/4 of a lap of Silverstone. They are ahead by Team 16.
The Interceptor on some Tigra. Silhouette is there again. Which is Team 52. That's Evan Bristow, the commuter on the rest.
Team 41 in second place is the RJ with Daytona Motorsport team who've been done at least 5 years under various different guises. Twice they've won it, twice been second, they've been third on one occasion as well. And the RJ with Daytona Motorsport team will enjoy the mix of cars, mix of weather, mix of talent, leading to an unpredictable race where you have to think on your feet and problem solve. And Charles Graham is among the drivers there, along with Matthew Jones and Al Smart. So that season bike experience as well. On screen at the moment is number 11 MR2, that is Jim Mew. 11B.
So the outlap for RSR, 3 minutes 03.7. We'll see what that gap becomes in a moment.
Hyundai's just losing a bit of track position there to some quicker machinery around them, including the Darkside Developments Golf there, which is running in 7th position, 3rd Class B on scratch at the moment, from the parkings early on during the course of this race. 22C is Chris Fantana from St Winifred's School Choir.
50.91 seconds in first to second. And now following that late stop with about 50 minutes to go, I guess, where that comes out. So it's come down, but the next couple of laps will be indicative as to whether 41 then the 41 car can close down 16.
Is the 51 team, and they are just in behind the Porsche there, and they've got the MR2 behind them, the coupe. It's good to see the variety out as ever in different one make championship, so provides a lot of the entries. Now in the sort of yellow livery, turning its way through Stoke Court End, just down that slope. Not too much gradient on this Silverstone circuit, but there is a bit there down into the Vale. Turning their way through the sharp left-hander into the right corner to bring the cars onto the start and finish straight for the Formula 1. Start and finish straight that we use here for club racing on the Grand Prix layout. Continues to turn its way through. 3/4 of an hour or so left. Let's see if we've got any update on the handicap positions as yet. As at 5 hours. Just refreshing, but no, well, that's not at the moment. Available just now. There's the Interceptor racing car. Shows that of the Gavin Bristow, Arizona. We're going back down to the pit lane now, and we're going to hear from Steph Saw, who's with Lewis Beals.
Right, thank you very much. Here, I'm down here in Garage 23 with Steph Saw. Steph, you've just jumped out of one of those big Jags and you put out a sterling stint.
Yeah, no, it was really good. Like, the car was great, but the brakes, as you can imagine, after 3 hours is going to start to get a bit, like, not as good as what they were. So it's one of them, like, yeah, car started to go off towards the end, but it's good fun. They're so powerful as well. So
Yeah, you told me I ran out of brake pads. I'm not surprised after 3 hours.
no, exactly that. It just kept getting worse and worse and worse. But just manage it, control it, bring it home, and yeah, no, it's been a good day.
How come you're involved with Formula Woman?
So a few years ago in 2021 I entered the competition, and because I've always worked in the paddock, so I knew a lot of people, and then they sort of said, oh, why don't you enter this competition? Got involved, won the competition in 2021, raced GT Cup last year, and here I am now, still going as much as I can with the racing. But there's a lot more plans for next year, and 24/7 have been such a great team this year. They've done a lot with us, they've worked hard to help us get better as we are. And yeah, no, it's been a great year.
Oh dear, look, we've just got one of the TCR cars that had some problems. You aren't going to go up there and fix it, are you?
I don't tend to get my hands dirty. We had a crash obviously earlier on today, but the team were great. They got it back together so quick, and yeah, got us back out there to finish the race.
But you tell me your day job is looking after race cars.
Yeah, so I run the Ginetta Juniors. I ran Freddie Slater, who won the championship this year with our racing, which again, a great team, really professional, and yeah, love my job as an engineer. So
congratulations on that. So you're on the other side now, so you don't have to get your hands dirty. It's great, isn't it?
No, it's amazing. Yeah, such a different atmosphere as well. You get, you still get the team feeling with like the mechanics, which again, you've got to have a whole package together, and everyone's got to get on. So I understand like how the car moves, and I can feed back to them with the setup side of things. So
you told me the family's steeped in motorsport, and that's
yes, yeah. So my dad raced short oval, won many championships, so did my mum, and me and my sister got in karting at the age of like 6-7 year old through to 17. I'd done a bit of short oval, but then dad sort of said you got to go pay for it, so I had to get a job, and I couldn't leave the motorsport. It's such a great community.
It's great to see you anyway, and best of luck. I take it that's yours. Your stint's done for the day.
Yeah, that's me done, and I'd just like to send a thanks out there to all of Formula Women, all of 24/7 for making it happen. My friends, my family, all the supporters, and well, the dad himself.
Yeah, we want to see more. We want to see more Krug ladies, women race, don't we?
Yeah, definitely, and there has a lot more came into it this year, so it's looking better for the future.
Okay, Steph, best of luck. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lewis. So the rain that we were told was going to arrive at 5:05. Our camera operator up at Stowe says it's raining there. Not sure if it is at this side of the circuit yet, but it may not be too far away. And we're watching the 23 car now, the Formula Woman car that has been taken over by, I think it's Abigail, wasn't it, who's in the wheel at the wheel at the moment. So she has replaced Steph Saw. Into the last three quarters now, problems there for 13E. That's the Club Racing UK car, and that's the Focus ST, isn't it? Stefan Marsh. So Stefan, unfortunately, is out of this. There you can see on the screen a bit of moisture. There's rain at Beckett. This car is heading up to Vale, where we know there's rain at this end of the circuit. So yeah, I think the rain has arrived. We're going to have it for about the last 45 minutes of this race then. And I'm reminded that in the Birkett relay, the flag goes out at 6 hours, and you have to have completed, the cars have completed, that's by the time 6 hours is elapsed. It's not the next lap that's completed after 6 hours. That's just something to bear in mind as well. Let's don't have yet the update on the handicap positions at 5 hours, but we'll bring you those as soon as we get them. Staying on board at the moment here, as we can see that the moisture, it's not rain at the moment, is it? But nevertheless,
sometimes that's more difficult going in, isn't it?
It is.
That brake light repeated in the top of the windscreen there.
Yeah, It's interesting as the car heads along the Wellington Straight under the vehicle bridge, and we'll go into the braking area for there we are, brake lights on, and just lucky to lose the picture there as the car turns through Brooklands corner. We watch cars come down the start and finish straight from where the checker flag arrived in about 41 minutes time.
That was quite dramatic when the TCR arrived in the pit lane while Lewis was speaking to Steph Sauder.
Yeah, it was. That's Mark Grice, wasn't it? In the Capture Motorsport.
The whole front right corner appeared to have been hit or locked.
Yeah.
And maybe that was what dislodged the front sort of clamshell thing.
Yeah, now they are showing on screen as being 42 seconds ahead of Dayton Motorsport, so they will have lost a bit of time with that incident. Can't get into the pit. I think that gap has come down now compared to what it was. Still no 5-hour update.
I think that the TCR cars will be wheeledier if it gets wet than Genesis.
Yes.
I think.
Yeah, certainly. I think that was what Will Beach thought they'd have stood a chance of taking the fight from Radicals even in proper wet conditions, but we've not had those. We're not going to get those for anything more than the last 45 minutes of this race. Unfortunately, from their point of view. Quite a busy straight there. The Mini is going rather slowly. We're just looking at it briefly, but we're now focusing on 42C, which is the DH Racing Honda Civic Type R of Matthew Morgan. Quite a good representation of cars from the 750 Motorsport Type R trophy here at Silverstone this weekend, although they don't race here in their own championship this weekend. They've already been decided just a few weeks ago. Joe Jessup, the champion.
Last lap round, the car running third, the RJ Motorsport, was 40 at 2:13.61, which is 5 seconds quicker, 4.5 seconds quicker than the leader, but a long way quicker than pretty much anything else. The trouble is for them, they are 5 laps adrift. Result of the early indiscretion.
That's right, there you can see just behind Matthew Morgan, the Type R, the leads man. We have one of the MG ZRs. And there it is. And then we've got the Darkside Golf just behind, 37F. It is in the Rapid Rovers team. So that's actually an addition because I didn't think they'd got an F in their team. There's the BMW 1333, so that's the Bavarian Ravers showing Taylor James Mulbray, Dean Beckett, particular trio. And problems for 9B as well now. That's the Andrew Hawes Mini Coupe at Bespoke Tuning. They were running in 18th position before this mishap,
and very well up in the handicap.
Yeah, they were. Fifth, maybe. Still not got the 5-hour positions. We'll just get the 4.5-hour positions back up. Yeah, they were indeed 5th, so that's going to cause them some problems. And that's the car that will need to go out to replace it. Yep, they've seen what was required. Lee Campbell heads out, and you can see wipes on some of the cars, but not all of them at this stage. So there's just a little rain in the air at the moment. I think it is going to gather in intensity as in the next 37 minutes or so. 68B, that's Mick Edwards in his M235i.
The Zaxby Fiesta's just arrived in for forward beat. They've run out. Pretty much running out of cars, I think. Problems with several times today anyway. That was off the circuit at Beckett's for a while, pushed off to safety by Marshall.
Right, I do now have the 5-hour handicap positions, so here we go, folks. And the leading team is still RAF Motorsport, Team 58, and they have got 131 laps, including their credit laps. But 3 of the teams also on 131 laps. and there is about a minute 50 between the four of them. Second at the moment is number 45, that's the Three Amigos, twice winners. So some of the most successful teams from previous seasons rising to the top here. Third, number 65, Area Motorsport. Fourth, number 17, 348. Bad Boy Tuning, they were still fifth at the 5-hour mark, although they might drop back now with that mishap for one of their cars. Sixth, 44, One Too Many. Seventh, number 49, Mazda Misfits. Eighth, number 36, Cappy Hill. Ninth, number 48, Mazda Dudes. And rounding out the top 10, it's the 32C car of Atomic Racing, the B Cups, and they are all on 129 laps. So top 10 covered by 2 and a bit laps at this stage of the race. 35 minutes left to go. Josh Brown's just come back into the conference box with the hold up, so maybe that means it is raining out there now. And certainly we're in for an interesting last half an hour or so, but it is RF Motorsport leading the way on handicap. Just a reminder of the lineup in their team. It's Alex Smith in the Honda Integra, Alex Waldeck in the Peugeot 306, James Flint's Ford Fiesta ST, David Russell in the BMW 328i, and Simon Frogan in the Gillette G20. On screen we have a spinner, which is the 53D car, which is Barney Francis in the Type R trophy car. He's got that little
the car involved in that. Yeah, here we go. This is the car that was involved.
48. I'm trying to work out, is that a B? I think it's a B. Yeah. Which is Sam Moody's Mazda MX-5, the other driver involved in that one. So we are so safety car out on the circuit now with 35 minutes of the race to go. Just hear from Josh Brown the reason that that's the reason why it's the 51, the
51C.
Yeah, so that is Gary Miller Hyundai Coupe into retirement and causing the safety car with 35 minutes of the Grove and Dean Birkett 6-hour relay race left to go. Yes, Mark Bryce made contact with the North car at Brooklands, which is why there was damage to the front of his Cupra, and he has gone into retirement.
This could jeopardise tomorrow's appearance, couldn't it?
It could.
They reckon it's fixable.
Yeah, okay, so yeah.
It's a TCR car, of course you can fix it.
Absolutely. So 33 minutes or so of the race, a few cars, but including that of the third place car, that's RJ Motorsports, so there's a few changes going on, I suspect. Where possible, yes, there'll be sometimes getting wet tyres ready where that's applicable.
I think that was Ash Hicklin going out, so there. Black car leaving the pit lane.
So we'll see how long this safety car lasts for. It is just to recover that one car that's off the road at the between Stowe and the Vale from Team 51. Not problems there for 21B, so that's Ronan Bradley from Team Legacy. They were in 13th position prior to that, and where were they on handicap? Nowhere near the front, in 34th position in fact. So they are just having a few problems as we watch the safety car lead them through Stowe Corner. One or two cars with bright lights on at the moment. More of the cars having windscreen wipers. Pit lane speed limits, of course, being enforced, as someone has observed on the comments on the live stream. Yeah, very important part. There's a pit lane speed limit in place to ensure that the safety of all of the teams and officials down there in the pit lane. So 16 RSR Motorsport leading the way. Josh has just popped back on. Hello, Josh.
Yeah, driving that car weaving around a lot there. I wonder if they're on slicks trying to keep the temperature in the tyres.
Could be.
I think it's 16A. So that's John McLeod back in, isn't it?
It is, and this is the kind of thing that could jeopardise, victory. at this stage of the race if you got the wrong car on the wrong tyres at the wrong time.
It's also quite a lot colder than it was an hour ago.
Yeah, I noticed that last time I stepped out of the commentary box too. It was quite a bit of congestion there.
There's been, we heard earlier on the interviews about the debate about overtaking under yellows. So I think it's very hard for the marshals to work out who's overtaking who in these situations. I think there's been a few debates in race control, not just the ones that we've heard with Lewis, but with some of the other teams too.
Well, there'll be thousands of overtakes going on during the race, and the chances are that not all of them will be legitimate, but as you say, it is sometimes difficult to work out exactly what is going on for the marshal and trackside.
The gap between the top two is 1 minute and 46, so they're on the same lap. And presumably they're 4 behind the safety car on the lead on the same lap, so that's probably the smallest gap that we've had for some time.
Yeah, it is for a little while, yes. So 66, Capture Motorsport have got another car back out, of course.
Ben Williams.
I think it is, isn't it? His Cooper TCR.
Yeah, going back to Mark Grice, he said he went and apologised to the other driver immediately, so he was apologetic, not just to me, but to the other team as well. He said it was totally his own fault.
But he didn't know who it was that he made contact with.
Or he didn't tell me who it was anyway. But he said that he just couldn't get the car stopped at Brooklands, but I don't know how much you saw of that on the, but it wrecked the front right of the car. The suspension was, the tyre was bald where it had, and that's only going from Brooklands to here, so it's it's taken the wing off as well. But he reckons the team can fix that overnight, because they've got a championship to win tomorrow.
They have. They're looking for the Enduro class title. As we have the safety car heading down towards us, we are into the final half hour of this Grove and Dean Motorsport Insurance Birkett 6-hour relay race. It's brought to you by Alpha Live on the live stream. Luke Austin and his vast team of producers and runners and camera personnel and all of those involved doing a great job of bringing us the live stream. Great livery there on the Joyce designed BMW. David Russell, synthetic fueled part for the team that is leading the race at the moment, RAF Motorsport. And David Russell, well, he's been very quick this season in the Armed Forces Race Challenge, and so no surprise that they want him out there towards the end. A couple of the BMWs heading into the pit lane. I wonder if any more will have a handover at this point, possibly to try and get a car more equipped for wet conditions in the end of the race. I'm not sure how wet it is getting though at this stage, and how wet it will be by the end of the race. It's hard to tell from our pictures,
There'll
Marcus.
be a lot of rubber down. There'll be a lot of lubricant, other coolants, etc.
Let's head down to Lewis Beals. He is speaking to a representative of a two-time winning team, the Three Amigos.
Yeah, thanks very much. And it's Paul Hinson. Paul, doing well in the old handicap. Not long to go, and you're in the fight.
Yeah, I think we're P2 at the moment, so there's basically three of us, me, Drinkwater and Adam Reed. Adam's out at the minute. Started off pretty well, had pretty good stints all the way through, but we got pulled in for a 30-second stop-go penalty that we've now had rescinded, but we think we've probably lost a lap in the resulting sort of mayhem, so we're P2 at the minute, so trying to bring it home in the last hour, but it's going to be really tight, but that penalty could hurt us, to be honest.
Yeah, any idea why you got the penalty?
Yeah, so Dave Drinkwater sent his footage up. He was leading the first car behind the safety car, and I think second place tried to overtake him before the start-finish line, but the marshals thought that the other car was the first car and brought Dave in for a penalty. So we've got it rescinded, we've got the minute back, but you know what racing's like. We could have got ahead of the safety car and got 2.5 minutes back, so just have to see how the last hour plays out, but it's going to rain soon, I think, so anything could happen then.
Well, you heard it here, it's going to rain. I think it might actually be raining. If it rains, will you... Are you using all-weather tyres?
So we've got dry tyres on at the moment, but we've got a good dry tyre that can also do wet conditions as well. So Adam's out at the minute, and unless he has an issue or unless the monsoon comes down, he's basically out to the end now. And he's pretty good in tricky conditions anyway, so he'll get the job done.
Yeah, what sort of tyre do you run?
We're on Yokohama's.
Which one?
A052s. So good dry tyre, decent wet tyre, but they do go off quickly. So long as you like the car moving around a bit, then they're a really good tyre. Durezas are also pretty good as well. It's a bit of a toss-up between the two, but we only had Yoko's left this season, so we had to put them on.
Okay, Paul, thanks very much and best of luck for us.
Thank you very much, cheers.
Thank you. So there it is, that's the update from the three amigos, and we've still got the safety car going. So everyone's going to go at the same pace, so what that means is there will be no changes because no one can move up or down. But it does mean is that they will adjust the handicap just a little bit, tweak it a little bit before the end. Back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Lewis. Yeah, clouds over Silverstone, not looking all that welcoming and inviting now, and you can see the cars circulating at reduced speed behind the safety car here. We'll bring you the 5.5 hour handicap positions when we get those, which will bring you another 10 minutes or so. Scratch positions at the moment, it's 16 RSI Motorsport that lead by 1 minute and 11 seconds, with second place number 41 RJ with Daytona Motorsport, third 5 laps down East Team 40 with RJ Motorsport, fourth 66 Catch Motorsport. They are another 4 laps behind RJ, but only 18 seconds ahead of fifth number 27 Dayton Motorsport. Sixth number 32 is Atomic Racing, which is a very good effort from those MK Cup 200 cars. Seventh number 3 Darkside Developments, eighth number 12 Pratt&May and G Sport, ninth number 54 Bobcat, 10th number 65 Area Motorsport, then 11th MGB M3s, 12th is Triple R's Age Racing, 13th is Devante Tyres, 14th is 68 EAC Points, and 15th is Run Baby Run. So that is the way of things in the scratch standings, but between first and 20th there's 16 laps at this stage. The safety car is in with 25 minutes of the race left to go, and so we are back under green flag racing. We've had another 10 minutes or so behind the safety car. Was that 4 now 5 safety car stints that we've had during the course of this race? There's been a few. Have we been keeping track?
I think about 5, something like that.
Yeah.
How are St Winifred School Choir doing? Are they performing in concert this evening? Alex Hughes was asking, so a shout out for them.
Well, they are 17th on handicap, so that's not too bad, and reasonably well-tuned performance. Yeah. So, yeah, definitely dark out there now, isn't it? As you can tell from this low slung camera, that is basically at track level, isn't it? At Cops Court.
Yeah.
And drivers going into the final stages of the race. Green flags waving around the circuit, of course, because it is the first lap after the safety car has gone back in. Just to let drivers know we are definitely back under green flag order.
Safety car went in about 24 minutes still to run to the end of the 6 hours duration. Becomes one of the MK Cups, rocketing down into Stowe.
The RJ with Daytona Motorsport cars now back out of the caution group is within 47 seconds of the race leader now. So that gap obviously a bit artificial behind the safety car. That's pretty something approaching a more realistic gap now. So 47 seconds between them with 23 minutes to go now. And there is Ash Hicklin in Team 40. That's the car in third place at the moment. They're out of it as far as the wind's concerned. They had a penalty early on for having more than one car on track at any one time. 16A out there at the moment for RSR is John McLeod, 4-time past winner of the Birkett relay race, looking to make it number 5, and not very many drivers have done that. That's on scratch, of course, rather than on handicap. Jags back in to the pit lane there. Now we've got the other car back out. I'm not sure if she's going to change drivers in this one. It looks like they might be changing drivers in this car and then sending this car back out.
It's Craig Blue looking in from the side.
It was.
Team 2 Tarraco fame.
Yes. The car's going back out into the race. And it's still got the E on it, which would indicate that's still Abigail Chandler. It's the car at the moment. Wipers on the 9C Mini, which is Lee Campbell. He took over from Andrew Halls when Andrew stopped out on the circuit a short while ago. There is one of the Atomic Racing cars.
Leaders in pits.
That's right, so it's John McLeod. He's going to come in, and who is it that's gone out? Of course, the two drivers in that team, Ben Stone and James Lay. And I think they will have changed to wet tyres, is what we understand. And they are just rolling the dice on that being the right way to go, with 21 minutes of the race left to go. And there is the 16 car. Just heading through, 41 seconds now, the gap back to second place at 60, which is Ben Stone, I think. If our various annotations on the
16F. 16F on the side.
So that makes James Lay then. If it's F rather than E, and on this
on the side it's certainly F.
Okay. I think that could be F, couldn't it? Actually, yeah, it is.
It'll be an F then. Yep.
Yeah. So there we go. So James Lay it is that's out there for what will probably be the final stint for Team 16, RSR Motorsport. So they look to take the race. What are we looking at? Atomic Racing, yes, they are coming up the order. It's the fastest car out there at the moment. Did a 2:29.98 last time through, and that's a car that is a lot less potent than the Radicals. That for certain. So a number of the cars out tomorrow in the Cup 200 division of Sports 1000. If you like, we'll share the grid again with Bike Sports tomorrow on that occasion. But that's the team now is up into 5th place overall. Atomic Racing getting ahead of Capture Motorsport, who've dropped down the order to 6th place after their various dramas. And there is the car now. Can we see who it is? Just go for a shot before we can tell. I think it might be Rich Webb that's out there at the moment, which would make sense. I would imagine he would be one of their faster drivers, but it's also John Cutmore, also in that team, Matthew Booth from F1000 Sports Specials Champion, and Dave Watson as well. And Dave and Rich in particular have had some great battles in Cup 200 during the course of this season. So that's the 15 car, that's the Advanced Tyres EST Performance car. Just behind it is Ash Hicklin's Radical. It's 15A there at the moment, which is Alex Reed in the Cupra rather than the Scirocco. Right, handicap positions at 5.5 hours. So if Lewis is listening, because I know Lewis was keen to get these, so he could try and get likely handicap winners to at the end of the race. But for everyone else that wants to know, here we go. The leader with half an hour to go on handicap is Team 58 RAF Motorsport on 144 laps, and having done the same number of laps and being 50-ish seconds behind 65 Area Motorsport, so 65 Area Motorsport a second. Third, number 7, Team 348, they're a lap behind. Fourth, number 46, the Three Amigos, hit by that penalty that Vincent was describing. Fifth, number 44, One Too Many. Sixth, number 32, Atomic Racing, the B Cup, so they're well up on scratch and a handicap, the Atomic Racing squad. Seventh is 24, the Ashford Porsche Specialists. Eighth, number 30, Random Racers. Ninth is 56, Army Motorsport, and 10th is 22, St Winifred School Choir. So they've made up another 7 places on handicap since the last update. So ever since their name check, they have succeeded. There you go. So that's the handicap position, so hopefully that gives Lewis something to work with. Have we got from Area Motorsport during the course of this race so far? I'm not sure that we have. So that might be a squad for Lewis to try and find.
Datum stops.
Oh, we have. Josh Fowler's team.
Datum team stopped in 4th place overall on scratch, team 27, with 17 minutes to go. leaves the bell. So they're only a few seconds ahead of Atomic, weren't they? So that's the Focus that's been stuck.
Yeah.
They popped that on the back of a flatbed. That's been out there for quite a long time now.
So David Russell out there, he's probably going to be if not the quickest driver in that squad, I think the second quickest, pretty close between him and Alexander Smith, I would think. So he's a good driver to have out there in these closing stages for the RF Motorsports. They try and protect this 50-second lead over Area Motorsports. So who is out there at the moment for Team 65? I wonder. That would team Josh Files, Bradley Burns, Cameron Elder, Luke Handley and Rob Bacon, a variety of cars. Trying to figure out. So they're running in 10th place overall on scratch, so further up the order. We'll look for Team 65 to see if we can pick out who's out there for them at the moment. It's getting very dark, isn't it, here at Silverstone, as it always does towards the end of the Birkett 6-hour relay race.
Just watching the performance of the Atomic Racing MK's Rich Webb, only a second away, 1.2 seconds away from that car's best lap time of the entire race. So that was last time round at 2:23.21.
And just looking at other teams, they are 8, 9, 10, 11 seconds off the times that they were doing earlier on. I think we've just seen an MK come in, but I think that was the Team 10 Run Baby Run car that's come in. Stuart Thompson's even MK Indy, which would have stopped out on the circuit earlier on as well.
That's one of the issues here. Well, sometimes when the car comes into the pits, it triggers the loop, doesn't it? So you do it a sort of odd time briefly.
Into the last quarter of an hour of the race, there's the MR2 Mark 1, Dave Hemingway, back out in his trusty Mark 1 for mostly rusty two-seaters there. And there is the Area Motorsport car, and it's Cameron Elder, number 65C. So Cameron Elder out at the moment for Area Motorsport as they try to overturn a 50-second advantage or disadvantage that they face to the RAF Motorsport squad. They're different cars running in different parts of the circuit at different speeds, but they're both him and Dave Russell in the BMW for RAF Motorsport just need to push on now. And let's not write out off Team 348 either, because they were, how far behind were they? They were a lap behind, but only about sort of three quarters of a lap adrift on the leader, I think, if you look at it that way. So they could still be in contention as well. But it's Cameron Elder there in that Honda Civic Type R that could take Area Motorsport to certainly a podium position in the handicap results, but maybe even a handicap win. Just going past the MR2 champion for this year, Adam Lockwood. He sealed that championship at Alden Park for 3 weeks ago. In dramatic circumstances.
Down in the classes in breakdancer racing has been ahead in A pretty much the whole way through. There's 66 coming in. Capture more issues. And the Hyundai stopped in the pit lane.
Not for the first time we saw the Hyundai stopped on circuit. That's Paul Lorry's Hyundai Coupe 51A, I think. It's on the pit lane rather than the circuit. That's the international pit lane. So they've already caused one safety car this time. Hopefully that's not going to bring us another. I should think they will avoid that this time though.
Yeah, so Capture's coming to the pits. That's promoted Dotum to 5th. They pitted recently.
There's the race leading car, that's James Lay, 34 seconds ahead he was at the beginning of the lap, and lapping 3 seconds a lap faster than RJ with Daytona Motorsport, Team 41, which is the team of Alistair Smart, Charles Grimm and Matthew Jones. Not entirely sure who's out for them at the moment in these closing stages of the race. But we've probably only got something like 5 laps to go, because a lap is 2 minutes 10, 2 minutes 20 now. something of that order.
Don't want to quite get that 150, are we?
No, we're not. I think we had perhaps just one too many safety cars for that to happen. And of course, it's how many laps you've completed by the time 6 hours have been completed, as I was explaining earlier on, not the first lap after 6 hours have been completed.
As Webb ran the outside of a bunch of cars into Beckett's that time.
Going very well indeed.
And suddenly the one team's found some time, 2:15. That's the quickest of the top 3 last time around. But it's 32 seconds between them.
There's the 41 car. This is the car in second place, and it's 41B at the moment. So it's Charles Graham out there in the Radical SR3. He's been a winner of the Birkett in the past on Scratch. Daytona Motorsport boss. Real stalwart of the Birkett in recent seasons. There's occasionally in other races during the course of the year as well. And for a very close finish on handicap, Chris Slater's still watching from Italy, I can tell you. And he's biting his fingernails over there. Just whether RF Motorsport can hold on for another win. And the glorious thing is we won't really know until probably 15 minutes after the race is finished. We'll do our best to bring you the handicap results as soon as we can, and an interview with the winning team as well. Lewis is poised there.
It's a time out, isn't it?
It is.
The things at the back like BMW.
Yeah, I'm not sure which one that is. It is Team 4 and Driver E. So that's Intersport Racing, and it's Brian Branson, of course, isn't it? Of course it is now, you see it. It's Brian Branson's car that we see so often at circuits around the country. Yeah, tight short. Problems for Team 41 in second place. So that's Charles Graham is pulling off the circuit. So Charles Graham, past winner. Well, that probably is the end of any threat there was to RSR Motorsport Team 16 for the scratch race win. He's given the thumbs up to the marshal to say, I'm okay. Sadly, my car has not cooperated, and I'm going to need some assistance. But he's pulled well off the circuit, so I don't think that's going to be a particular problem for the remaining 9 minutes of the race.
Sorted the order, hasn't it?
Yeah. Presumably Team 41 will get another car out, and therefore will maintain their advantage over Team 40, which is 4 laps. Of course, if they didn't have anyone ready to go out and there wasn't any cars left, then they might struggle. But I imagine I'll put another car out to just see them home.
Capture's dropping down following that late pit stop. The white car that's all come in.
Just a reminder that the top 3 teams on handicap going into this final half hour: 58 RF Motorsport, 65 Aero Motorsport, and 73 Team 348. So it's going to be one of those that takes the handicap win, or another team entirely.
Aero Motorsport's under the best lap times, isn't it? Because it's the quickest cars, effectively.
Yes.
And they're well sorted, so they're well suited to these conditions.
But we'll have different laps. So we've got a 41, have a car back out, and it's 41C. So they've got Matthew Jones out now for the final knock-ins of this race. To the late drum for Charles Graham, who's pulled off the circuit.
That's the works Bentley back.
Indeed.
Bentley Le Mans inspired colour scheme.
And there's a car that stops on the hangar straight as well. So there's a few cars now as we get towards the end of the race that are ailing somewhat.
Under 8 minutes to go now here.
Yeah, there is very close to the end of this race. And looking forward to seeing who's going to be the winner on handicap. But it looks like it's going to be RSR Motorsport to win on scratch here. Team 30 just being overtaken. That's one of the BMWs from Random Racers. That's Edward Christie's car, isn't it? 30C there. There is Dave Russell, still going strong for RF Motorsport, who still lead the way on handicap. The front headlamp flicking away. It's a little distracting, I imagine, for people behind. 56C is Ian's. That's Jasmine Norman in the Audi TT. So I thought she was going to see that team to the end of the race, but obviously not quite able to do so. Over Army Sports Car Racing going into the final races. They were 9th and second of the Armed Forces teams at this stage. Dave Russell is still leading the way on handicap, as far as we know. And they're turning their way through Club Corner. Dave Russell, as I say, regular in the Armed Forces Race Challenge. Some class wins he's had this season. That competition which has had 5 double headers. Armed Forces unusual in that it's points award based on a performance index, how consistent drivers are during the course of the race. That's specifically because they use it to identify the top drivers for the Birkett, where consistency is absolutely the key.
So that tussle with the area motorsport trying to close in, Dave Russell done a 2:39, Cameron Elder 2:31 last time through. So that's kind of 8 seconds a lap, but enough time for 2 bit laps, I'd say.
Yeah,
the other thing tight, isn't it?
It is. The other thing to work out is what the difference in credit laps is between them as well.
And there could be some more tweakery because of the safety car
as well. Yeah, which straddled the 5.5 hour point, didn't it?
Did.
The final one. So there is a little bit of sorting out still to be done. Still cars coming through 3 abreast, but you can see definitely getting rather gloomy now. It's 5:42. This will be the equivalent of about 4:40 tomorrow when the box have gone back tonight. So yes, definitely need to make sure we get racing done tomorrow according to timetable. Otherwise we'll be in trouble. Over the line they go. 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes to go. This Birkett 6-hour relay race. I mean, there's had a few safety cars, but not had, as far as we've seen, any very major incidents. Touch wood, he said, with 4.5 minutes to go. There's been a few bits of contact by the sounds of it, some cars damaged, but very, very serious. It's been pleasing to see. There's the leading team, 16. James Lay out there at the moment in the Radical. The XR3. Past that BMW into the Vale. Turning his way through Club Corner for the ultimate time. Various teams you can see have had dramas, notably Team 59, which is SW Engineering with Cap, Carmel Porsche, where they had a driver disqualified for failing to comply with the black flag. Zoe Carl Henny, who was disregarded the black flag, so 18 laps have been removed, and she's been disqualified. So that's put 59 right down the order. Various teams also had track limits penalties. Of either 5 or 15 seconds during the course of the race for XC, repeatedly driving off the circuit. So various teams, drivers have been drawn during the course of this race due to various infringements. So I would think with the leader just turning his way through Luffield now, he's probably about to go on to what will be his last complete lap of the race. So he's going to complete 1:47. It'll be a 148 lap race, I think, then for RSL Motorsport. There's Dave Russell, still plugging away. Not seen him put a wheel wrong. Looks to have done very well during the course of this. Let's see what that lap time was for him. He's done a 2:39 again, I think, that time.
Consistent, isn't he?
Yeah.
The area car at 2:29 that time, so 10 seconds quicker. So Cameron Elder is really pulling out all the stops, doing the best he can for his team.
Back now that Honda's been pulled out of harm's way by the marshals. Russell going through RF livery. Just going through there. He's just heading down into Stone Corner now. His way through the right-hander. So RF Motorsport, are they going to take another victory to add to their several previous successes in the
5 previous, I think.
Yeah, various different drivers and teams and team names over the years that they've gone with.
It's a flywheel, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's a bit of a Trigger's Broom of a team, isn't it?
To see the Fletcher Hornet.
That's right.
V-twin motorcycle.
Yes. That certainly is been in the past.
TL or something like that.
Yeah. So there's Russell. There's our handicap winner. We're keeping an eye on our scratch. Handicap leader, I should say. Keeping an eye on our scratch leader as well. This is going to be touch and go whether he gets there before the 6 hours is up. This time he's going to do it, isn't he? Yes. So the RF car might also be in a position where it's touch and go. He's got 46 seconds to get to the timing line.
He'll do that.
He should do from there, shouldn't he? So he'll get another lap in the book. So there's slight difference on the timing graphic compared to what I've got on our official time stream, but I don't think it's enough to make any particular difference. So we've got the fifth check flag about 15 seconds away now, so that will be going out very shortly. There is David Russell, who I think is he going to get this lap counted or not? That's the question. It's going to be touch and go. 6 hours has gone. Is the flag out? We can't see if the checkered flag is out from that position, but 6 hours have now gone by. Yeah, checkered flag is out, and the Birkett 6-hour relay race is over for 2023. And I don't think, therefore, that they've quite got that lap in the books. So that could be crucially missed it out by, I don't know, 2 or 3 seconds. So we'll wait and see the handicap results. It'll take 15 minutes or so for those to come out, I would think. But I think we can say fairly confidently on scratch, it's that car that is the winning car, James Lay in the RSR Motorsport Radical R3, going to have taken the victory then. We won't have seen the checkered flag yet across the line just before the checkered flag went out. There's Dave Russell, he has seen the checkered flag, he's showing his appreciation to the marshals on the slowing down lap, and let's just do that ourselves. Many thanks to all of the marshals who've turned out at Silverstone today in such great numbers to support the Birkett 6-hour relay race. We're absolutely indebted to you. We look forward to your support tomorrow for the Championship Finals Day as well. But yeah, RSR Motorsport are going to be the team classified first. RJ with Daytona Motorsport are going to be classified second. We'll see the margin when they come through. And then third will be number 40, RJ Motorsport, Team D, in Class D as well. And it should be Atomic Racing 32, great drive that from Rich Webb and his bullies in the Cup 200 cars to take 4th overall on scratch. 5th 27, Dayton Motorsport, despite their early dramas, which meant that the car that they were hoping to get the line tech start had to be returned to pit lane to have windscreen repairs. 6th number 12, Trap and Lay with G Sport. But yeah, there's the winning car. He's not yet seen the checkered flag, but he will see it this time through. And then he'll head in on his slowing down lap. Well, time will tell whether he's done enough. Maybe not quite. Maybe because he just didn't quite get to the timing line before the checkered flag went out and the 6 hours were up. So we'll eagerly anticipate the handicap results coming out in a few minutes, Marcus.
Yeah, absolutely, but that was a stonking finish, wasn't it? And great to see so many teams and drivers still working hard at the end in the belief that so they can improve their positions. And to wait for that, say that handicap result to come through, because there will be a jiggling of the handicap element of it, the credit that which is given to most of the teams. That's a synthetic fueled BMW, of course, so that's done a really fine job.
Just to say, the prize giving for those of you at the circuit, if you want to attend that, it's going to be held in Garage Zero, just underneath race admin. It's due to be scheduled, due to be held in the cafe, but it's going to be held in Garage Zero, just beneath race control. So if everyone makes their way there, particularly if you'd like to be in receipt of a prize, that's where you should go after the race is completed. So all of the cars now have seen the checkered flag and they're making their way into the pit lane. I know that Lewis Beals will be there in the podium area, ready to speak to, well, anyone who'll talk to him. Usually is the way of thing with Lewis, but in particular we'll hopefully get our top 3 on scratch, and we'll take a bit of a gap on the top 3 on handicap as well. Obviously at 5.5 hours we know who it was. The Irish Motorsport Car 58 was leading at that point, but we'll wait and see the classification at 6 hours. So probably on scratch, I think fair to say, Mark, it wasn't a vintage race for the scratch result this time. A couple of laps in the end separated, well, actually I think it'd be just the one lap when it's all wound back and separating the top 2, but a good race for the handicap.
I think
not for scratch.
the early imposition of that 5-lap penalty for the team that's ended up third, the RJ Motorsport number 40 team, knocked it all around. But Lewis is in the pit lane, and who's he got with him?
3 cars. So we're now getting the leading 3 cars into well, the bottom of the pit lane to do the podium presentation for the scratch race, and obviously we've been told it's extremely tight for the handicap. So at the moment we've got the 41 car in front of us in second place, which is RJ with Daytona Motorsport. We're just waiting for third place and first place car. It's been a radical shootout. It's Matt Jones who's just jumped out, and he was on slicks, I believe. He was indeed. Very brave boy. Let's see if we can have a quick word with Matt when he gets his helmet off. Matt's just getting his earplugs out, his safety. Let's just make sure we're a little bit further forward so we don't get anyone in the way. Third place. Matt, what were conditions like out there on slicks?
Yeah, they're fine. I definitely wasn't wet. It was fine. Track temperature cooled down, and my tyres have done a fairly hard stint, so they were pretty second-hand, to be honest. But no, it was all good. It was all good.
Well done. Thank you very much for that information. Here we go. Car number 40's just turned up.
Yeah.
All right. RJ Motorsport. I've got to turn the page. So they were in a third position. They just lost that at the last knockings. And we will see who is behind the wheel in a moment. I'm not really sure. Here comes our race winner, car 16. And for the 5th time, John McLeod is a Birkett scratch winner. We'll just see if we can have a quick word with John. John. 5-time winner, John. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was close. Can you feel the weather now?
Yeah, we'll do a proper interview in a minute. We're going to do 3-2. But I just thought, just to talk to you. 5-time winner. Excellent.
Feel good about that. Well done. Cheers, man. Yeah, I feel good about that. That was hard work. We had some bad luck, but actually the other 2 teams had their bad luck as well. And in the end, I think we were consistent enough, pulled it off. It's cool. It's cool. Thank you very much, everybody at RSR. Thank you very much, everybody who supports me back at home. And thanks to all the marshals as well. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much. Right, we're going to go 3-2. Come back. Whether we're going to look for car number 10. Right, let's have a Let's see where they are. Aha! Sorry. Ash. Where's the rest of your guys, Ash? God, it's not very good. Not very good lighting, is it?
No, I know. Yeah, but yeah, it's just third place. We're happy with that. Yeah, we always want the win, but yeah, third is good. Yeah, considering obviously the issues we've had at the start of the race, and then obviously trying to build back.
What were the issues? Just
guy on the pit walls, obviously watching the car go by from Tom's stint, and I think he thought he'd been behind Alistair and he'd passed Alistair, and then he'd seen Alistair come through, not realised he'd passed him, and then there was no Tom because he thought he was behind him. So then 3 odd minutes go by and we thought, well, he must have an issue, maybe he's broke down on circuit, so we sent Leon out, and then obviously 2 cars on circuit at the same time.
You got a 5-lap penalty, I believe.
Yeah, you lose the laps.
So Tom was going too quick then?
Yeah, basically, yeah, Tom was going too well.
Yeah, so where is Tom and Leon? Let's have a quick word with, we can get Tom and Leon. Whereabouts?
Right here.
Oh, right. Tom. Leon.
Hi.
Tom,
Yeah.
so you were out there, you go. Ash was just saying you were going too quick in that first session, overtook someone and confused the pit wall.
Yeah, we had a really good first session. I had quite a bit of time on Alistair in the other SR10, quite a rare machine. Things were going great. Unfortunately, there was another car sent out because they thought that I'd had a breakdown, and it put us 5 laps back. And it was just a downhill spiral from then. Leon and Ash done mega to bring it back to where they did, and absolute hats off to them. I went to go out for another session, had a problem with the car, snapped the drive shaft in the end, but yeah, it wasn't meant to be for us today, unfortunately. But there's always next year.
Did you enjoy it?
Absolutely, it was brilliant, and I can't wait to be back again.
Okay, that's what we like to say. Where's Leon?
Cheers.
Come on, Leon.
You doing? You all right?
Yeah, congratulations, 3rd place.
Yeah. One down from last year. We wanted to win this year. I thought we'd got a team capable of doing it. Sorry. We were quickest on track quite a lot of the time, but we just did some errors. We had some errors, so you have to remove them, don't you? You know.
You just. This is so tight.
Yeah.
Whether it's scratch or on handicap, you can't make any errors, can you?
No. I mean, I did 3 hours 10 minutes in the car today, so I'm absolutely finished. And that poor car's got to do a championship round tomorrow. So it's our last round of the bike sports, and we're leading by 1 point. So there was a lot on the line today. So pleased we made it back in one piece, and looking forward to get going tomorrow.
Well, Leon, well, best of luck for tomorrow. You've had a decent result after a very tricky start, so many congratulations.
Yeah, and I've enjoyed the meeting. Great driving, and actually competitors on track, very fair, very clean. So yeah, keep it up.
Thanks very much. Okay, so now we move on to the 41 team. That was RJ Motorsport in 3rd. Turn the page. We've got RJ Motorsport with Daytona.
Hey, how are you?
Alistair, we've spoken a couple of times, haven't we, during the day?
Yeah, I know.
How'd it go?
We were catching them. I mean, they were out on wets. We had slicks. And then Charles stopped on track. We don't know what the problem is. He's still out there. But I think it was close at the end. I think the gap was pretty tight. But there we go. Nearly. I know. But no, well done to, the RJ team, Daytona. And for me, I'd just like to say thank you to my wife, Sarah, and Freddie and Flo.
Yeah, because you are out in the SR10.
Yeah, we're in the SR10 this year. I've usually out in a PR6. And yeah, she's an absolute beast, rocket ship. So I really enjoyed it. It's great fun. And as ever, and the weather was great. I mean, okay, a bit of rain now, but...
So you're saying Matthew hasn't come back yet?
Charles hasn't come back.
Sorry, Charles.
Yeah, he's out on track somewhere. So we'll find him.
Yeah.
And hopefully...
Well, yeah, because they wouldn't have recovered him in that last half an hour, so...
I think if he'd kept going, we would have caught them. We were 2 seconds a lap quicker than them at the end. They were on wet, so... Anyway, it wasn't to be.
It wasn't to be. Yeah, well, many congratulations on 2nd place, and you're going to come back next year and try and go for the win?
Yeah, I mean, I've had 3 second places, 1 first place and 1 third. So yeah, I'll come back, try and get first again.
Alistair, many congratulations.
Thank you very much. Take care. Thank you.
Right, let's have a look for our race winners. I think they're over here. Yeah, right. John, where are you? But where's everybody else?
Who do you want?
Well, all your drivers. I want your teammates. No, here we go. Oh. Right, we have spoken to John, so where's James? There's young man. James, congratulations. Yeah, you just won the Birkett with RSR Motorsport.
Well, thanks to the wise words of John McLeod, I think that's it.
Yeah, this guy knows a little bit about doing this event, doesn't he? It's his 5th win.
I know, he didn't keep that secret though.
we were trying to wind. We were trying to sort of tell him before you're going to make it 5. He went, it was tough. But anyway, how did it go out there?
It was good. I tell you what, towards the end, where I went out on wets, probably a bit of a preemptive call. They were good for the first 3 or 4 laps, and then they just went completely off. And I could see the time coming down and down, and that was a bit of a balancing act.
So, another 10 minutes. Do you think you'd have not quite done it?
I'm not going to say.
You wouldn't have given that up, would you? You'd have gone, give it a real go, wouldn't you? If that had come.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, where's Ben? Here's come. We've spoken to Ben earlier. Come in, Ben. Oh, yeah. We're going to come round here. All right, Ben. Many congratulations on victory.
Thank you. Yeah, it was great. It was a bit tight at the end. I don't know what the margin was at the end, maybe 20, 30 seconds. So after 6 hours, that's quite impressive, I guess.
Yeah. The Birkett's never done until the flag has dropped, is it?
With the rain coming in, we had an option to stay out on slicks or to send James out on wets, and then the rain was coming, but it was only at the back of the circuit, and then the safety car came out, so it wasn't clear what exactly we should do, but we gambled and went with James on the wets, and it paid off, and it was quite cool.
Was that a gamble, or were you trying to sort of stay with what you've got, if you like, cash your chips in?
It wasn't my decision, so I can't take credit for it. But
well, you were on track, weren't you?
No, James took over from.
Oh, you were on track.
I was on track. After the safety car, we're on Hankook slicks. They're really hard to get back in once they cool down. James maintains the track was bone dry, which I love, because it really, really wasn't. I promise it wasn't. It just made sense, I think, to call it early. If it was going to rain, we were going to be fine. If it didn't rain anymore, it didn't feel like there'd be much in it per lap. I think in the end, the guys behind us spun, and I don't know if they did that because of the track or for a different reason, but if they dry though, so. If it's bone dry. If they did it because the water was coming down a little bit, and I could understand why all the different rubber here and all the rest of it, all the different lines you take, it's tricky. When it's marginal, it's tricky here. So, look, guys, you did that because you were nice and consistent, right? That's why you did that. So.
Well, many congratulations to you in RS Motorsport. Many congratulations, and also we've got to congratulate him. 5th win. He's the most winningest driver at the Birkett.
Thank you. Yeah, that's cool. I'm pleased to hear that.
Yeah. Okay. Congratulations. There we go. That's our race winners, RSR Motorsport, and that's our 1, 2, 3. And back to you, Ian, in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Lewis, and good to hear from all of the drivers there. We didn't hear from Charles Graham because he's still out on circuit. That really is how dark it is now at Silverstone. There's a few lights on in the wing, but I'm not sure if there's anyone home. Let's have a look at the results, though. On scratch, this was at the end of the 6 hours. So 16 RSR Motorsport, the winners, as we heard, on 148 laps, I think it will be when the official result is published. Second on 41, RJ with Daytona Motorsport. Third, number 40, RJ Motorsport. Winning their class in 4th overall, number 32. Great performance that from Atomic Racing, the B-Cups. That was Rich Webb, John Kirkmore, Matthew Booth and Dave Watson. 5th, number 27, after their early dramas, Dayton Motorsport. That's Alex Van Niederveen, Marco Anastasi, Maurizio Sciglio. They were in 5th place, winning their class. 6th, number 12, Prepolay and G-Sport. And that was the team of Russell Dack, Paul Wood, James Card and Jason West. 7th place to number 3, Darkside Developments. That was Scott and Ryan Parkin and Dylan Brichter. 8th was number 66, Capture Motorsport. After their various dramas, they were running 4th for a while. That was Will Beach, Ben Williams, Darren Ball Mark Rice, Chris Plaskett and Harvey Caton. 9th to number 54, that was the Boss Cats team of Caterhams. That was Richard Carter, Andy Grant, Jeremy Adams and William Redman. And rounding out the top 10 was number 65, Area Motorsport. The team comprising Josh Files, Bradley Burns, Cameron Elder, Luke Handley and Rob Baker. We'll just let the rest of the results run through if we can. We'll pick out all the class winners as we go through. So if we can get onto the next page. Break Dancer 1, they won their class A, in 16th position overall. So that was Alan Curtis, Tim Steele, Mike Curley in their Caterhams, and I think all of the other classes had already been sewn up early on. So we'll just let the rest of these results run through. I'll just have a quick chat with Marcus Pye and get his final thoughts on the Birkett 6-hour relays. We're still refreshing our screens religiously to try and get the handicap result before we go off air. But your thoughts on what we've seen today, Marcus?
Yeah, you've just got to be there at the end, haven't you? You've got to be consistent, as John McLeod said. You've got to keep up your pace if you can, and steer clear of trouble, really. And that's basically what they did very, very well. There was some fabulous battling all the way down the field, and they're all winners getting to the end, which is brilliant. That's why we have 70 teams. I mean, if it was only 35 teams, it wouldn't be anything like the spectacle. It is a great race. For many, it's the race of the season. And I think once we've got the handicap result, which is, I think, a real knife-edge job.
It is.
We will know whether this one has who it's rewarded, because that handicap is the one that everyone wants, because it's the one that everyone in theory could win.
It is, and that's, I assume, what's taking a little bit longer to get the result out, because the timekeepers and the handicaps want to make sure absolutely sure they've got it right, and we don't want any false news.
And weren't we fortunate with the weather? I mean, yes, we had rain in the last kind of 45 minutes or so, but as the guys were saying, the wets were not the answer.
No,
with
they weren't.
With the radicals that are so quick, and the slicks were just as good.
Yeah, it wasn't wet enough, was it, for them to come into their own at all?
Yeah, you need a bit of standing water and stuff to really bring those wets in. But brilliant.
Yeah, once again, thanks to Grove and Dean Motorsport Insurance, who for a good few years now have sponsored the Birkett 6-hour relay race, so we're very grateful for them, and they also support the coverage as well, which we brought you on Alpha Live. So thanks to all of the team, to Luke, to James, to Rob, Darren and many others whose names I either don't know or have forgotten, that have been involved in the coverage of the relay race today. Thanks of course also to all of the marshals who have done such sterling work, standing out without really much of a break during the course of the day either. We didn't really get a break between the practice sessions and the races. And let's not forget all of the other officials of the club as well. Volunteers and timekeepers, in particular the timekeepers, of course, Terry and Avril Stevens, who we've said they're retiring after tomorrow's championship race, after more than 2 decades of timekeeping.
That's right. They were saying to me earlier on that they came to that kind of decision. Terry came to that decision at the start of the year, and then informed the club that this is what we're going to do in 6 months' time or whatever, and they got one more meeting to hold the fort there with their kit, and well-deserved retirement and more travels.
That's right. They enjoy their travelling, don't they? So I'm sure they'll be doing more of that. But thanks to them and all of the other volunteers and officials who've made today's race meeting here at Silverstone possible. There is more racing tomorrow, as we've said, and you can see either here at the circuit or on Alpha Live via the 750 Motor Club website or YouTube. You'll be able to find that tomorrow. We've got practice underway at 9 o'clock, racing underway at 10:45 tomorrow. We're on air a few minutes before that. And we've got races for the final round of the Hot Hats Championship. They'll be sharing grid with the Alfa Romeos tomorrow. We've got the final rounds of the Bike Sports Championship. They share grid with the Sports 1000 and Cup 200 cars tomorrow. Also, we've got the Sports Specials and Mazda 7s. They're having their final meeting of the season. And the 100-minute race tomorrow is for the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. And we should have well over 40 cars for all of the races, more than 50 cars for some of the races, which is absolutely fantastic.
And fingers crossed that the weather's with us.
Yeah, it's forecast to be. There's this rain that's going through now and for the next few hours, but I think tomorrow should dawn dry if the forecast is to be believed. and hopefully we'll stay dry up until we finish racing at around about 4:30 tomorrow.
Bring us the benefit of the last of that light with the clocks changing tonight.
Absolutely right. We do get that extra hour in bed tonight, which will be very welcome after today's racing. Still no sign, I'm afraid, of the handicap result. So that's still being worked on, but I'll just keep talking for a little bit longer. Reminder, next weekend here at Silverstone, of course, Walter Hayes Trophy, Formula Ford 1600 race. Always something to look forward to as well, but that, I think, is then the final event of the season at Silverstone.
Is there a fireworks party next week?
I'm not sure if there is these days. There hasn't been for the last couple of years, although there had been in the past, coinciding with the Walter Hayes Trophy, but not sure about that. And of course, 750 Motor Club back in action throughout the 2024 season. I'm sure there'll be details about the 2024 calendar very soon, and I would imagine racing will get underway in April. There'll probably be a test day in February or March for drivers to fettle their cars, and we'll be touring the circuits of the country. Hopefully we'll be able to bring some of those to you on Alpha Live as well as we have done.
And it's
this
been
season.
a long and successful season, hasn't it? I mean, grids have held up pretty well, very well, in fact, which says a lot about the product.
It really does, and 750 Motor Club, I think every year Autosport does a little roundup, doesn't it, of all the different grid sizes, and 750 Motor Club always comes out quite favourably on those average grid size counts.
The guys get their slide rules out about sort of tomorrow evening, I think, and come up with something in December.
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite a task, that, to analyse the size of the grid of every single race that takes place in the country over the season, so good work.
It's different these days, of course, because the major protagonists in the timing leagues put everything online, and so you can get to it. Whereas before you had to rely on a sort of a piece of banded paper, which has probably sort of disappeared over the course of the season. But no, really brilliant stuff. It has been a wonderful season, and that last race meeting tomorrow, let's fingers crossed that it all runs really well.
Yeah, and that's right.
More of the same in 2024.
Yeah, 2024, which will be doing some quick maths. That'll be 85 years, won't it? The 85th anniversary of the 750 Motor Club, which was created back in 1939, just before the outbreak of World War II. Still no sign of the handicap results, alas. So we'll see. We need to make a call on this as to whether we keep getting. If we can't get them to you before we go off air, then you will be able to find them via the 750 Motor Club website. Click through the links to the live timing, and that will give you ultimately the results of the race. That's what we're looking for now, to see if the results are indeed being published. But
because the first season
they have not been.
First season of club racing effectively was 1950, wasn't it? So it'll be another 5-year interim when it comes to the end of the season as well.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Brilliant.
So,
in fact, it'll be the 75th season of. Will it not?
I guess it will. Yes. Yeah. There we go. There's a thought.
Something to flag up and
to celebrate.
Put on those websites.
Absolutely. Right.
Brilliant.
So thank you for that, Marcus. I think we still don't have a handicap result. So shall we wrap that up now? We will indeed. So from Marcus Pye, Josh Barrett, Lewis Beals, myself, Ian Sam, and everyone at Alpha Live, and everyone here at Silverstone Circuit and the 750 Motor Club, we're going to wish you good night. And as I say, you can find the results of the handicap race on the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk, hopefully very soon. But for now, from all of us here, goodbye.